Chapter 112. Unparalleled Battle, Path Enlightenment. In the painting, I receive guidance from Sword Venerable Fudao, so naturally I must repay the favor. Besides, the Supreme Sect has treated me well these past years. Han Ming responded firmly, taking out the sword box from his back, ready to fight. At that moment, 3 figures appeared out of thin air around the ghost mother of Ephemera. All 3 were great cultivators of the Void Crossing Realm, specifically stationed at the Heavenly Repair Platform. The ghost mother of Ephemera, at the Unification Realm, did not fear them. She shook her head slightly, muttering to herself, "So troublesome, but it's almost enough." She suddenly transformed into a wisp of ghostly chi, disappearing into thin air. The 3 great cultivators of the Void Crossing Realm followed, vanishing from their original spot. Guan could sense them moving towards the outer sect, chasing her into the distance. Han Ming did not pursue. Revealing the ghost mother of Ephemera's identity was already good enough. The chase was the Supreme Sect's responsibility. He turned to look at the still frightened Guan and comforted him. "Don't worry, that ghost should not come back after escaping." Guan nodded, but could not help glancing around, as if afraid there were other ghosts nearby. One must fully commit to acting. Han Ming walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and pulled him over to Zwolin, then began recounting his experiences of slaying demons and ghosts. Guan thought it was bad luck. The act had gone too far, and it was hard to leave now. He had no choice but to listen to Han Ming's bragging. Zwolin, who rarely saw Guan, was in a good mood. The two whispered, causing Han Ming to angrily growl. The matter of the ghost mother of Ephemera was just an interlude. Guan had been waiting for his lifespan warning. As long as an enemy warning appeared, the ghost mother of Ephemera would not live past today. Fortunately, no warning appeared, indicating the ghost mother did not suspect him. Of course, it was also possible that the ghost mother of Ephemera had no malicious intent for coming to the Supreme Sect. She had been here for years without causing trouble. She hadn't participated in the chaos caused by the underworld demon emperor before. Now, the great cultivator of the mystic heart realm from the Ephemera sect was approaching. If the ghost mother of Ephemera had any ill intent, she could have started a massacre and cooperated with that mystic heart realm cultivator. Could it be that the ghost mother of Ephemera had no connection with the Ephemera sect? Guan, while listening to Han Ming brag, thought silently. Under the blue sky, the autumn landscape of withered yellow covered the mountains and rivers. On each peak stood various figures. LV Batian and Jihan Tian were there too. There were 32 people, all great cultivators of the Supreme Sect, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Jihan Tian stood beside LV Batian, asking in a low voice, "Has the opponent surpassed the Unification Realm?" LV Batian looked into the distance with a serious expression, stating, "He must have surpassed it. His aura is far beyond mine, vast and boundless, and it doesn't seem like a recent breakthrough." Mystic Heart Realm. Ji Hanian's face darkened. In the distance, other great cultivators of the Supreme Sect could also hear LV Batian's words. Their expressions were equally heavy, but no one was afraid. So what if he's in the Mystic Heart Realm? With so many of us in the Unification Realm joining forces, we may still be able to fight. A short elder snorted coldly. Exactly, what is there to fear? The Ji family also has great cultivators rushing over. The Ephemera sect will meet their demise no matter how many they send. It's a pity that our Gu family ancestors' whereabouts are unknown. Otherwise, inviting him would eliminate any risk. Ha! Ancestors are like that. They can't be summoned so easily. True, among the supreme elderly of the sect, some might be in the Mystic Heart Realm. However, those who have reached that stage seek immortal fate and cherish their remaining years without staying here. The other great cultivators of the Unification Realm discussed animatedly. Most of them spent many years in seclusion or training outside. It was a rare reunion for these individuals who seldom showed up in the Supreme Sect. LV Batian took out a bottle of elixir from his storage ring and directly poured it into his mouth. Immediately, His complexion began to recover, with wisps of burning heat emanating from his body. Other great cultivators also took out elixirs and magic artifacts. Some even started setting up formations. The world grew silent, anticipating the outbreak of the grand battle. So many great cultivators in the unification realm, truly befitting a 1,000-year-old great sect. A light chuckle echoed through the sky, causing everyone's expressions to change. This voice belonged to the man in the purple robe from the main lineage of the ephemeris sect. Though he had not yet arrived, his laughter brought immense pressure to the great cultivators of the unification realm. In the outer gate city, Guan descended from the heavenly repair platform, letting out a long breath. Han Ming is too damn boastful. Had Guan not mentioned urgent business, he would still be stuck listening to Han Ming's legendary tales. Even Guan, who enjoyed chatting, couldn't handle it. Primarily because with Han Ming, it was all one-sided talking with no interesting content. After leaving the heavenly repair platform, Guan planned to find an inn in the city to drink and then watch the battle. After taking a few steps, deafening roars echoed from the horizon. 5 breaths later, a fierce wind surged, causing the outer gate's formation to manifest. Guan quickened his pace, afraid of missing the fight. He jogged to his usual inn, ordered wine and meat from the waiter. Due to the Supreme Sect preparing for battle, there were only 2 or 3 patrons in the inn, each sitting at separate tables. Guan sat by the window, his gaze directed to the horizon as his divine sense stretched across the distance to lock onto the battlefield. 32 great cultivators of the unification realm besieged a mystic heart realm cultivator. The scene was incredibly magnificent, earth-shaking, and within thousands of miles, the forests quickly turned to ruins. Guan began to enjoy the visual feast, a battle rarely seen in hundreds of years. Even if he chose to fight, he hardly got to witness such battles. If he couldn't easily crush the opponent, he wouldn't bother fighting. The Mystic Heart realm was undoubtedly formidable, far beyond the unification realm. That purple-robed man single-handedly suppressed the 32 great cultivators of the Supreme Sect with unrivaled dominance. Guan noticed a familiar figure atop a mountain 1,000 miles away from the battlefield. Su Han. It was Su Han who led the purple-robed man. Guan had sensed this earlier and now felt dissatisfied seeing that Su Han hadn't fled. This guy isn't afraid of being shattered. Having saved Su Han before, Guan decided not to save him again in the future. A master like him had done enough. Even if Su Han were to be killed today, he wouldn't intervene. Then, Guan focused solely on the battle. Shortly after, a waiter started serving wine and dishes. Guan had just taken 2 sips when a voice remarked, "You're actually drinking here." Shenzhen. Guan ignored her. Lately, Shenzhen's supreme secret records were getting so exaggerated that even he couldn't resist reading them. It tarnished Gu An's name. Undoubtedly, in the Supreme Sect, there must be other people named Gu and likely resenting Shenzhen intensely. Shenzhen sat directly across from him, wearing a veil that attracted even more attention. The inn's patrons couldn't help but glance at her. A grand battle is about to start, and this one might be fiercer than the previous righteous demonic battle. I plan to paint the entire process. Why don't we do it together? Let me tell you, I recently gained some insights from my past paintings, so I might achieve enlightenment through my art. Shenzhen spoke with a tone of pride when mentioning her path enlightenment. She had specifically sought out Gu in tracking him from the Third Medicine Valley to this place. Guan replied, "Forget it, I won't participate. It's too dangerous. With my level of cultivation, I'd easily be reduced to ashes near the battlefield." "No worries, it'll protect you." "What is your cultivation level? Can you even protect me?" "At least in the core formation realm." Core formation realm in such a battlefield is just cannon fodder. When hit by the battle's aftershocks, you'd only convulse a bit longer than I would. "Sign it." "Okay, that makes some sense." Shenzhen glared before pouring herself a bowl of wine. She gazed into the distance, her expression growing more alarmed with the intensifying battle aura. What kind of fight could cause such a huge commotion? Guin enjoyed the spectacle with his divine sense. LV Batian was indeed strong, clearly on a different level from other great cultivators. Jihan Tian was also impressive, with his Qilin step nearly perfected, being one of the few cultivators able to approach the purple-robed man. However, the fight had barely begun, yet most Supreme Sect cultivators were already injured to varying degrees. Some were even blasted to pieces, with only their primordial spirits left to form ranks from afar. The purple-robed man wielded several magic artifacts, holding a long spear imbued with immense power, effectively dominating the battlefield. Guin thought this man hadn't even used his full strength. At this rate, the Supreme Sect side would face complete annihilation. Sigh, it's no good, I have to step in. To ensure better prospects for his stay, Guin had to prevent the Supreme Sect from losing so many great cultivators, unless an enemy appeared that even he couldn't handle. In that case, he would just flee. Guin stood up and said, "Ms. Shun, I need to step out for a moment. I'll come back and find you later. Stay here and don't leave." Without waiting for Shunjun's response, Guin quickly exited the inn. Shunjun wasn't suspicious, being more curious about the distant battle than Gu, and swiftly walked several streets before making sure no divine sense was locking onto him. Then, employing the limitless freedom step, he moved beyond the outer gate. After 5 steps, he entered the mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. Entering a wooden house, he picked up the heaven-cutting axe, and dark purple demonic chi began to ooze from him. 9 extremes, yin-yang body. His right foot lifted, disappearing within the cave mansion. The next moment, he stood atop a mountain 1,000 miles away from the mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. Guin waved the heaven-cutting axe in his hand, recalling the techniques of the heaven-cutting divine axe in his mind. Forget it. To kill him, do I even need techniques? Guin immediately headed towards the battlefield with the heaven-cutting axe in hand. He planned to use Ancestor Xian Tian's identity to kill the enemy, ensuring the news of the Supreme Sect's ancestor returning would spread across the immortal cultivation world. By then, anyone in the 9 dynasties who wanted to oppose the Supreme Sect would have to think twice. Meanwhile, in the Taicang dynasty, boom, mountains shattered, dust flying everywhere. Another great cultivator of the unification realm fell, his life or death unknown. In midair, Jihan Tian and 2 great cultivators from the Ji family manifested the heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form to restrain the purple-robed man. All 3 panted heavily, their spiritual power nearly exhausted. From all directions, golden dragon shadows assaulted, as the purple-robed man stood proud in the air, a golden halo hovering behind his head, radiating brilliant light. Any dragon shadow approaching within 10 feet of him was dispersed by an invisible force. The heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form is indeed a marvelous divine skill. Considering you are from the Ji family, I can spare your lives. But if you persist in being obstinate, don't blame me for disregarding the Ji family's dignity. The purple-robed man's cold voice was laced with intense killing intent, no longer retaining his previous disdainful, teasing demeanor. Chapter 113. You are not Ancestor Xian Tian. Who are you? Facing the threat from a man in the purple robe, the 3 great cultivators of the Ji family remained indifferent and continued their attack, as did the other unification realm great cultivators from the Supreme Sect, determined to kill him here and now. The man in the purple robe snorted coldly, lifted the spear in his hand, and swept it forward. In an instant, vast demonic chi erupted, as if a black streak had been brushed across the painting of the heavens, spanning the sky. The 3G family great cultivators were sent flying, vomiting blood, their heavenly dragon demon-suppressing forms annihilated, dispersing into smoke and clouds. The 3 crashed into the mountains like fallen stars from beyond the sky, causing the ground to shake and dust to rise in plumes. In all directions, 8 unification realm great cultivators shouted in unison. 8 ancient bronze bells floated behind them, from which images of bells also emerged, enclosing a 100-mile radius. As they cultivated energy, the bell images behind them rapidly expanded, all reaching 1,000 feet in height, grand and imposing. The enormous bell images unleashed a terrifying impact, shaking the space and causing waves to surge through the sky. The man in the purple robe raised his spear to deflect, vast spiritual power erupting, forming a powerful storm around him, resisting the impact from the bell images. Whoosh! Amidst the mountains, the sound of something breaking through the air approached the man in the purple robe at an incredible speed. His pupils contracted as he swiftly dodged the attack. It was a flying sword, fast as a streak of light. Its controller was a female cultivator, her red robe fluttering wildly, long hair streaming, and her pure, beautiful face frosty, her gaze at the man in the purple robe filled with killing intent. The gold ring behind the man in the purple robe rose, emitting golden light that shattered the bell images, causing mountains within 100 miles to explode, the ground trembling. Mighty waves of fire rose from the dust, transforming into fire dragons pouncing at the man in the purple robe, who sneered disdainfully. He suddenly turned and thrust his spear. Clang! An earth-shaking collision rang out, the spear striking a 3-zhang-tall great cauldron. The cauldron, with its sides carved with rare and exotic beasts, exuded a primordial aura. LV Batian stood atop the cauldron, unleashing a palm strike, spiritual power bursting out like a flood. The image of a mysterious Xian turtle appeared over him, roaring angrily, the terrifying palm wind simultaneously engulfing the man in the purple robe. Mystic tortoise surging wave palm. The palm wind fell from the sky, penetrating the ground as it swept upwards, scattering the dust waves in the world, as if to destroy the entire world. With a booming sound, LV Batian and the cauldron were blown away, numerous needle-like spiritual power spikes piercing his body, his face changing dramatically. In a violent blast, the man in the purple robe stood like a deity descending to the mortal world, dominating all things. He looked at LV Batian and sneered arrogantly. Unification Realm 9 layer, such a pity to die for this seat. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head. Not only him, but the Supreme Sect's great cultivators also seemed to sense something, all turning to look in the same direction. 1,000 miles away, atop a mountain, Su Han stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing into the distance. Noticing the sudden halt in the battle, he frowned, unable to probe into the heart of the battle with his divine sense. Could the Supreme Sect side have already lost? Su Han frowned deeply, his mind conflicted. He didn't want to lead the way, but Elder Chi Han had chosen him. Without him, others would lead, so he had to come. In fact, he did hold resentment towards the Supreme Sect. As an outer disciple of the Supreme Sect, the Sword Sect of the Great Yu dynasty sought to kill him. Yet the Supreme Sect did not protect him, instead forcing him to cripple his cultivation, which left him disappointed. Despite his disappointment, the Supreme Sect was his first sect on his immortal cultivation path. He didn't want to see the Supreme Sect destroyed, but had to accept it since he had joined the Ephemeris Sect, which was the only sect in the immortal cultivation world that could accept him. As Su Han was feeling conflicted, a figure flew over his head. So fast, Su Han couldn't see who had just passed by, only sensing a flash of a purple-black shadow, as if it were an illusion. That figure was Guin. With Gu An's cultivation, how could Su Han detect him? He deliberately let Su Han see him, intending to scare him away. This was his last bit of care as a master. After passing Su Han, Guin suddenly accelerated, arriving above the battlefield in one step. He stopped 100 feet away from the man in the purple robe, immediately using a lifespan detection. Golden Spirit Venerable, Mystic Heart Realm, 2nd Layer, 1840/4500/4600. Earning 2 or 300 lifespans would be acceptable. Guin did not act immediately, but allowed the man in the purple robe and the Supreme Sect's great cultivators to appraise him. Heaven Cutting Axe, who are you? Golden Spirit Venerable frowned tightly, glaring at Guin, and asked in a deep voice. The Supreme Sect great cultivators all looked at Guan. Upon hearing the words heaven-cutting axe, Jihan Tian, who was covered in blood and had just flown up, couldn't help but shout in surprise, Ancestor Xian Tian! Ancestor Xian Tian! All the Supreme Sect great cultivators were moved. Even LV Baitian, who stood on the great cauldron, looked incredulously at Ancestor Xian Tian. Was Ancestor Xian Tian actually still alive? Impossible! You're not Ancestor Xian Tian. Who are you? Golden Spirit Venerable stared intently at Gu, and unable to see through the other's true form made him uneasy. 1,000 years ago, your ancestor Xian Tian, who went mad due to deviation, was killed by our sect's cultivators. His head still hangs on the 9 Nether Road. Who are you really? Have you inherited the heaven-cutting divine axe? Golden Spirit Venerable demanded, gripping his spear tightly, with golden strength energy swirling around it. Hearing about Ancestor Xian Tian's fate, the Supreme Sect's cultivators were furious, cursing the ephemeris sect, while Golden Spirit Venerable remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on Gu and remained silent. Still can't pretend to be Ancestor Xian Tian? Suddenly, Golden Spirit Venerable thrust his spear, golden light bursting forth, draining all color from the world. A terrifying pressure followed, causing a great windstorm, forcing the Supreme Sect great cultivators to retreat. The ruins below collapsed again, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The scorching golden light caused LV Baitian's skin to begin to ulcerate, scaring him into immediately cultivating energy. Not just him, but others too. Luckily, the golden light came quickly and disappeared just as fast. When the golden light suddenly vanished, everyone stared with wide eyes. Golden Spirit Venerable still maintained his thrusting stance, while the mysterious shadow appeared beside him, the heaven-cutting axe already at his neck. Golden Spirit Venerable's body stiffened, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? So fast. He was in a mystic heart realm, yet he could not capture the other's speed. Most crucially, the unimaginable suppressive force enveloped him, preventing his spiritual power from escaping his body. This was Gu An's divine skill, Mystic Yellow Dragon Might. Mystic Yellow Dragon Might was a divine skill realized when developing the Mystic Yellow Dragon Energy skill. Combined with the suppression of Mahayana Realm 9 layer, someone as powerful as Golden Spirit Venerable in Mystic Heart Realm 2nd layer couldn't resist. The Supreme Sect side was entirely subdued by Guan, an unspeakable fear enveloping everyone. Regaining their senses, they noticed he used Demon Shadow, divine skill. Could Thousand Autumn Pavilion possess such great power? Guan held the axe in his right hand, hovering at Golden Spirit Venerable's neck. His left hand raised slowly, slapping away the hairpin atop the other's head, clutching his long hair. This made Golden Spirit Venerable look very disheveled, utterly losing his previous imposing manner. You, my ephemeris sect, main lineage is about to arrive. Do you really want to? Golden Spirit Venerable trembled, his eyes filled with fear. But before he finished speaking, with a squelch, Guan severed his head. Blood splattered, Golden Spirit Venerable's eyes wide open. As Guan wielded the heaven-cutting axe, a terrifying gust of wind swept across dozens of miles, blowing the dust explosively along the way. Golden Spirit Venerable's neck began to burn with blue flames, igniting his head and neck from both ends. Golden Spirit Venerable's voice became heavy and hoarse, his primordial spirit desperately trying to emerge, but it couldn't. With a hiss, Guan let go, taking Golden Spirit Venerable's storage bracelet, then watched the blue flames consume him. In less than 5 breaths, with his spiritual power dispersed, Golden Spirit Venerable was reduced to ashes, leaving only a heart suspended in the air, still beating. Mystic Heart. Guan grabbed the Mystic Heart, tossing it into his storage bag. He turned to leave. Wait, who are you really? Are you here to help us? Or do you hold a grudge against the ephemeris sect? If it's the latter, Why not join forces? The Nine Nether Road has already opened. The real catastrophe is just beginning. We must unite. Jihan Tian shouted urgently. Others also looked at Guin, nervous and expectant. Guin remained silent, but released his immense sword intent. The moment the sword intent was released, the sky changed color. In the distance, shaking flowers, trees, and grasses all froze. Fu! Dao, an old man trembled, his face showing delight. Before he could finish, Guin disappeared in a single step. Jihan Tian stood dazed, falling into a trance. Sword Venerable Fu Dao had easily slain the Golden Spirit Venerable. He remembered aggressively pursuing Sword Venerable Fu Dao once. His heart was filled with shame and fear. Fortunately, he was one of their own. Otherwise, he would have perished. At the same time, unprecedented curiosity surged in his heart. Who was Sword Venerable Fu Dao? What was his status in the Supreme Sect? Outer Gate City. In an inn, Shun Jun was drinking, not long after Guin had left. Suddenly, powerful auras erupted within the city, causing it to tremble. A battle quickly broke out, startling the other disciples in the inn into leaving. Shun Jun looked up, glancing out the window. Above the heavenly repair platform, two cultivators were battling fiercely, the momentum growing. More Supreme Sect disciples landed on the rooftops, forming lines to protect the buildings. It's getting chaotic interesting. Seeing the chaos in the outer sect, Shun Jun wasn't alarmed. Instead, he watched with interest. After a while, Guin rushed in anxiously, asking, "They're all fighting, why aren't you hiding?" The ephemera sect spies hidden in the Supreme Sect started causing trouble, thinking Golden Spirit Venerable had finished the battle, not knowing he was dead. From here, the Supreme Sect could handle it, so Guin only feigned panic. Shun Jun took out pen and paper, smiling, "Let's draw together. Whoever draws better, if you can satisfy me, you can have any medicinal herbs you want." Chapter 114 Ephemera Gathering. Path Enlightenment Guin was not swayed by Shun Jun's words. Drawing someone's battle process was too offensive, and he was not lacking in high-rank medicinal herbs at present. Unless Shun Jun offered him a 7th-order medicinal grass, he would remain uninterested. Shun Jun came from the Daotian sect of the Great Yu Dynasty, an extremely distant place. Even conveying a single message would take an indeterminate amount of time. Guin said, "The whole city is in chaos. How can I be in the mood to paint, Miss Shun? We should find a place to hide to avoid." Suddenly, a thunderous noise interrupted Guin's words. The entire inn shook violently, and dust surged in from the windows, engulfing the two of them. Shun Jun quickly wrapped her arm around Guin's waist and rushed out of the inn, arriving at the back courtyard. Guin tried to free himself from her grip, but she held him tightly. With a serious look in her eyes, she looked towards the back of the inn and whispered, "Don't move." Guin had no choice. Did she really think she could protect him, a great cultivator of the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm? Shun Jun frowned and took a flute from her storage bag with her left hand. Following her gaze, a figure flew out from the dust on the other side of the inn. Guin recognized him. It was Zhang Hong, an inner sect disciple who often meditated at the heavenly repair platform. Guin always saw him whenever he visited the platform. Unexpectedly, Zhang Hong turned out to be a spy from the ephemera sect. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhang Hong glanced at Guin and Shun Jun and immediately swung his sword at them. A streak of sword chi broke through the roof and charged towards them. The sword chi was too fast, so fast that Shun Jun could only instinctively raise her flute to block it. Bang! The sword chi exploded, collapsing the entire inn and raising clouds of dust. Zhang Hong leaped up and swiftly fled, while numerous figures pursued him relentlessly from behind. All around, the entire Outer Gate City was in a chaotic battle. Even the great elder LV Songhan was fighting, while the city protection array in the sky twisted violently, on the verge of breaking apart. As the sword chi dissipated, Shun Jun pulled Guin out. Both were in a disheveled state. "Ms. Shun, are you all right?" Guan asked with concern, though he could see that Shun Zhen's injuries were not life-threatening. Zhang Hong was at the first layer of the nascent soul realm. Although Shun Zhen had blocked his sword chi, she had suffered internal injuries. Being able to block a sword from a nascent soul realm cultivator with a core formation realm cultivation level, Shun Zhen indeed had some skills. Blood dripped from her chin beneath her veil. She maintained her composure and said calmly, "I am the holy daughter of the Daotian sect. How could a nameless person harm me? Let's find a place to hide first." She let go of her right hand and then quickly walked ahead, with Guan following closely behind. The entire city was in battle. The two dared not fly and had to traverse the streets on foot. Fortunately, they encountered disciples from the law enforcement hall who led them to an underground palace to take refuge. The underground palace was extensive, sheltering many disciples, most of whom were servant disciples. Xinzhen found a place to sit cross-legged, took out a bottle of elixir from her storage bag, and began to cultivate and heal after consuming it. Guan did not disturb her. He scanned the underground palace, and after confirming there were no abnormalities, he also sat down and closed his eyes to observe the world with his divine sense. The entire Supreme Sect was in turmoil, not just the Outer Gate city. Battles raged in all the cities. LV Batian and others, sensing the unrest in the Supreme Sect, were all hurrying back. Without the support of the Golden Spirit Venerable, the Supreme Sect would surely overcome this internal conflict, albeit with some casualties in the process. Guan's divine sense focused mainly on the Third Medicine Valley and the Mystic Valley. The Mystic Valley, located outside the Outer Gate, remained unthreatened since the Ephemera Sect spies were causing chaos within the Supreme Sect. The Third Medicine Valley was under protection, with Guyu leading a group of cultivators to guard it. Fierce battles had already erupted. As long as the medicinal herbs remained untouched, Guan was not inclined to intervene. The Supreme Sect needed this trial by fire. Time passed by. As Unification Realm great cultivators returned, skirmishes in the cities quickly subsided. In less than 30 minutes, there was no more fighting in the Outer Gate city where Guan was located. A figure emerged from the tunnel, shouting joyfully, "The battle is over. Everyone can come out." Hearing this, the disciples smiled, stood up, and helped each other out. Xinjin stood up as well. Looking at Guan, she said, "Why aren't you helping me? Look at the others." Guan laughed. "I don't think you're that seriously injured. Once we return to the Medicine Valley, you can pick a batch of medicinal herbs as a reward for protecting me just now." Xinjin smiled, but did not respond and walked towards a crowd with Guan. After leaving the underground palace, Guan reached the street. He looked up to see the sky shrouded in dark clouds, with fire dragons formed by spiritual power swirling majestically, appearing as if divine beings were protecting the city. Guan saw a figure of a Unification Realm great cultivator hovering thousands of feet in the air. During the earlier battle with the Golden Spirit Venerable, this person had looked quite haggard. Now, however, he seemed invincible and overbearing. Xinjin gazed upwards as well. After confirming the battle had truly ended, she said to Guan, "I need to return. You should also go back soon." With that, she turned and left. She tried to appear relaxed, but once out of Guan's sight, he noticed she suddenly sped up. Xinjin's injuries would likely require months of rest to fully recover. Guan began to stroll through the city. Wherever he passed, he saw many buildings damaged, with injured disciples coming and going, inspecting the city. Guan sensed the presence of Zhen Qin and Yilan, both uninjured, so he did not seek them out. The mysterious aura he had felt a few days ago was still there. As it came from too far away within the Taicang dynasty, Guan could not discern its origin. He speculated it might be related to the Nine Nether Road. Before dying, the Golden Spirit Venerable had said that the main lineage of the Ephemera sect was about to arrive, indicating that this calamity had just begun. More Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators were likely to appear in the future. It truly was a troublesome time. Guan mused, his gaze suddenly drawn to a distant figure. A disciple was walking among the crowd. He looked unremarkable in both appearance and cultivation level, and few people paid attention to him as he walked along the street. Guan was drawn to him because there was an indescribable aura about him that felt somewhat familiar. Time for a lifespan detection. Wuju, Foundation Establishment Realm, 2nd Layer 63/280/310. Such a lifespan was not outstanding in the outer gate. Guan thought as he looked at Wuju, soon understanding why the aura felt familiar. Path Enlightenment. The other party was in Path Enlightenment. No wonder he seemed somewhat dazed while walking the streets. Guan became interested and observed Wuju closely, wanting to see the state of Path Enlightenment from the perspective of an onlooker. He had undergone Path Enlightenment before. After that experience, he was unsure of the specific changes that had occurred, as he often used lifespan to enhance himself, which could obscure any transformations. He could not discern whether the improvements came from his own powers or the lifespan evolution. Guan began to follow Wuju, maintaining a distance of several feet. As they walked down various streets, Guan suddenly felt Wuju's aura surge. This surge was not an elevation in his cultivation level, but rather another profound change. He instinctively used lifespan detection again. Wuju, Foundation Establishment Realm, 2nd Layer 63/280/340. His maximum lifespan had increased by 30 years. This was the first time Guan had seen someone's maximum lifespan increase. Was this the transformation brought by Path Enlightenment? No wonder Han Ming claimed that after Path Enlightenment, One Sword Dao advanced rapidly. It seemed even aptitude and comprehension improved. Guan was secretly astonished, growing more interested in Wuju. In the wasteland, over 1,000 Ephemeris sect cultivators gathered in front of an array platform, whispering among themselves. Their gazes frequently turned to the black rift on the array platform. The black aura had disappeared, but a black space rift remained in the sky, reflecting a dark red sky, like the entrance to an exotic world. Elder Chi Han sat in the front, frowning. For some reason, he suddenly felt uneasy. He tried to calm down and closed his eyes to cultivate. The sun set and the moon rose. A night passed. In the early morning, a sound of footsteps appeared on the array platform, startling Elder Chi Han to open his eyes. Not only him, but many cultivators instinctively opened their eyes to look. The Golden Spirit Venerable is dead. Summon all Ephemeris sect members to gather here. A cold voice resonated in everyone's ears. The speaker was a woman in black, her face masked with an ephemera pattern on it. Her words caused an uproar among the Ephemeris sect members. They knew the Golden Spirit Venerable was the title of the man in a purple robe they had seen earlier. How could such a powerful figure have died within a few days? Was the Supreme Sect truly so formidable? Jiang Qiong in the crowd also frowned, shocked by the strength of the Supreme Sect. Elder Chi Han's expression changed dramatically, but he did not hesitate. He stood up and issued orders to gather the Ephemeris Sect. At that moment, far away in the Supreme Sect, Lu Lingjun was equally astounded. The news of Sword Venerable Fu Dao slaying the Ephemeris Sect demon had spread throughout the sect, with disciples everywhere celebrating this feat. Intersect disciples even came to the Third Medicine Valley, loudly proclaiming this achievement, inspiring excitement among the valley's disciples, who resumed discussions about Sword Venerable Fu Dao's prowess. Taking advantage of the situation, Guan took his leave and flew to the outer gate city. Upon entering the city, he moved quickly, turning corners until he reached a street. There he saw Wuju, who had enlightened, standing under an old tree, facing its trunk, lost in thought. Guan sensed he had awakened from Path Enlightenment and was probably organizing his thoughts. Wuju, Foundation Establishment Realm, 2nd Layer 63/280/540. His maximum lifespan had increased from 310 to 540 years, nearly doubling. Guan was very curious about what Wuju had realized. Thinking this, Guan pretended to pass by, approached Wu Ju from behind and asked with concern, "Brother, are you all right?" Wu Ju turned around hastily, looking flustered, and waved, "Nothing, I was just deep in thought about a cultivation technique and got lost in it." He then offered an embarrassed smile, clasped his hands in salute to Guan, and walked away. Guan watched his back, but did not pursue, silently deciding to observe him more in the future. A maximum lifespan of 540 years was not enough to stand out in the outer gate, but he would see if Wu Ju continued to enlighten further. Chapter 115. The Calamity of 9 Dynasties. Harvesting lifespan, it had been half a month since Golden Spirit Venerable's attack. Since that day, the Supreme Sect remained in a state of readiness, summoning numerous disciples, and every day disciples could be seen flying over Mystic Valley and the Third Medicine Valley. Inside a pavilion in Mystic Valley, Guan was listening to Yilan speak about events in the Immortal cultivation world, and she mentioned the 9 Nether Road. It said there's a road that leads directly to the underworld 9 Nether, called the 9 Nether Road. The Ephemera sect has opened the 9 Nether Road's entrance, located in the Great Zhao Dynasty's dustless wasteland. Now, cultivators from the Ephemera sect are heading to the dustless wasteland. Whether they're retreating or have other plans is unknown, but the Supreme Sect has already sent a batch of disciples to investigate. When talking about the 9 Nether Road, a trace of hope flickered in Yilan's eyes. Guan couldn't help but ask, "You seem to have a longing for the 9 Nether Road?" Yilan replied, "It said that the 9 Nether Road can cross boundless seas and reach another vast mortal world where immortal opportunities are hidden. To claim that I don't hope for it at all would be a lie. The Ephemera sect has recruited many cultivators through the 9 Nether Road, but I think going there with my qualifications would bring more disaster than fortune." She then shifted the conversation to Sword Venerable Fudao. According to information she obtained from the law enforcement hall, Sword Venerable Fudao had displayed unmatched prowess throughout the sect, and it was said that without his intervention, the Supreme Sect might have faced catastrophe. While speaking, she also observed the changes in Gu An's expression. Guan listened with great interest, as if Sword Venerable Fudao had nothing to do with him. An hour later, Yilan stood up to leave, as she had to return to the law enforcement hall for her assigned duties. After seeing her off, Guan walked into the forest and arrived at Yang and I's garden. Yang and I had gone to the outer sect again today. She was still investigating the identity of Sword Venerable Fudao. Guan dared not tell her that Su Shan was dead, so he let her continue. A year from now, when Su Shan doesn't come looking for her, she should understand that she's free. Guan looked at the ground where the ephemera flower grew and carefully observed it. He could feel that the ephemera flower was nurturing a unique kind of spiritual energy, but he couldn't yet determine whether this energy was good or bad. Every cultivator who joined the ephemera sect would receive a batch of ephemera seeds. Planting ephemera flowers was also a way to establish merit. Even the sect hierarch Zhong Liang didn't know the exact use of the ephemera flower. The ephemera sect members who remained in the 9 Dynasties territory were merely puppets of the main lineage. They knew nothing, but each harbored their own expectations. Guan picked an ephemera flower and then entered the 8 scenic caves, arriving before the green vine tree. He placed the ephemera flower under the tree for the green vine tree to sense. "Take it away. Take it away." The female voice of the green vine tree echoed, soft yet anxious. Guan asked in surprise, "You are a 7th level spirit tree. Are you actually afraid of a 6th level flower?" "Its aura is very annoying. I dislike it," the green vine tree responded intermittently. Upon hearing this, Guan raised his hand and put the ephemera flower back into his storage bag. He then sat down and summoned the storage bracelet from a distance, beginning to inventory the legacy of Golden Spirit Venerable. The 8 scenic caves contained many storage bags and rings, all spoils acquired by Guan through battles, and this was the place where he could store things best kept out of sight. However, after searching thoroughly, he didn't find any information about the ephemera flower and had to give up. But what he found instead was an elixir record, which he took out to examine carefully. He had already mastered the Taicang elixir path, his alchemy skills had reached the Grandmaster level, and with an elixir recipe, he could effortlessly refine elixirs. Halfway through, his hand paused. Ephemera demon elixir? Winter eventually arrived, and snowflakes drifted down to the mortal world, continuously erasing its color. Taicang Valley. Guan had just harvested a batch of medicinal herbs, successfully obtaining nearly 10,000 years of lifespan, filling him with joy. Taicang Valley had special formations that prevented snow from accumulating, saving a lot of trouble. Guan instructed Sun to move all the medicinal herbs into the storage building, then walked towards the courtyard where Luo Han and Yi Luyan were drinking and discussing the Nine Nether Road. The Nine Nether Road has caught the attention of the cultivators from the Nine Dynasties. It's said that representatives from each dynasty and sect have been sent to investigate, but the entrance to the Nine Nether Road is surrounded by ephemera sect cultivators, and they have all returned empty-handed. Luo Han said with a frown. Iluyan glanced at the approaching Guan, then said to Luo Han, "This is also a good thing. At least the Taicang dynasty doesn't have to bear the pressure of the ephemera sect alone." Luo Han nodded and said, "The force behind the ephemera sect will definitely come through the Nine Nether Road. This will be a calamity for the Nine Dynasties. Furthermore, my sources report that ephemera flowers are appearing everywhere now. When they mature, they attract demons and ghosts. It's uncertain what the ephemera sect's true purpose is." Guan sat down nearby, listening to the two discuss matters of the immortal cultivation world. He curiously asked, "Are there any evil legends about the ephemera flower?" Previously, he thought the ephemera sect was merely competing for power with the supreme sect. Now, he realized their ambitions were far greater. Without understanding the true strength of the main lineage of the ephemera sect, Guan dared not enter the Nine Nether Road. Iluyan frowned and said, "I have heard a legend that the ephemera flower is a flower of the underworld, symbolizing death and reincarnation. When ephemera flowers appear in the mortal world, it heralds an imminent catastrophe, causing many lives to perish." Luo Han said, "The Nine Dynasties have already issued orders to eradicate the ephemera flowers. Regardless of the ephemera sect's intentions, the widespread appearance of ephemera flowers must be stopped." Upon hearing this, Guan felt relieved. When the world is in trouble, the world should unite against it. He didn't want to bear the worry alone. Now that everyone is clearing out ephemera flowers, he might as well join in. Clearing ephemera flowers at night could earn him lifespan and save lives, benefiting in every way. Luo Han and Yi Luyan continued discussing the ephemera sect, while Guan listened, hearing many names through their conversation. The reappearance of the Nine Nether Road in the mortal world caused a great upheaval in the immortal cultivation world of the Nine Dynasties. Many great cultivators who had been in seclusion began to emerge. The ephemera sect had become the scourge of the Nine Dynasties. Some ancient beings who had lived for over 1,000 years declared they would annihilate the ephemera sect. This was advantageous, as the ephemera sect becoming a common enemy might cause those who had joined it to waver and seize the opportunity to break free. As evening approached, Guan returned to Mystic Valley. He scanned the area with his divine sense and had a strange expression. Yang and I had burned all the ephemera flowers she planted, leaving ashes behind in the garden. Could it be that Yang and I had come to her senses? Guan did not ask Yang and I about it, and instead went back to his room. Late at night, Guan began to sweep through the Taicang dynasty with his divine sense, searching for ephemera flowers. One sweep revealed a shocking number of ephemera flowers. How did so many ephemera flowers sprout up all of a sudden? They weren't there last month. Guan immediately vanished from his room and went to eradicate the ephemera flowers. Within 2 steps, he arrived in a forest miles away, near a village where the ephemera flowers were mostly concentrated around the vicinity. He picked an ephemera flower, only to obtain a year's lifespan. These ephemera flowers grew extremely fast, quite unnatural, likely due to some force draining their potential, leaving them with little remaining lifespan. A year is still a year. Small amounts accumulate over time. Guan began to clear the ephemera flowers. At dawn, Guan went downstairs, feeling invigorated. Last night, he harvested over 40,000 years of lifespan, showing just how plentiful the ephemera flowers were. Practicing exercises with the disciples, Yang and I also arrived, though she looked listless, clearly burdened with worries. After the exercises, Yang and I approached Guan and said she was preparing to leave. "Where are you going?" Guan asked with a frown. Yang and I replied, "To handle some matters." Guan reminded her, "The ephemera sect has been causing trouble recently, and the 9 dynasties are planning to jointly eliminate them. You should stay away from it." Yang and I nodded and said, "Don't worry, I have no ties with the ephemera sect." As she spoke, she stared intently at Guan. Some words were unspoken, but both of them understood the underlying meaning. 30 minutes later, Yang and I packed up and left. Guan stood by the window, watching her depart, feeling that the next time they met could be many years later. At the same time, on the distant, dustless wasteland, ghostly energy filled the air, forming black clouds that covered the sky. Flocks of crows flew across the sky. Leah, carrying the North Sea heavy sword on his back, stood on a cliff, gazing at the vast sea of people below, frowning. He didn't expect the ephemera sect to have secretly recruited so many followers. That 9 Nether Road is very sinister, filled with immense ghostly energy and demon energy. The voice of the primordial ancestor echoed in Leah's ears. Leah looked towards the traveler of graceful crane sitting on a rock in the distance, holding a painting scroll and contemplating. No matter when the primordial ancestor descends, they will all be wiped out in one fell swoop. Leah thought to himself. He now held great confidence in the mysterious demon shadow, believing the figure to be invincible in the present age. It's not that simple. No matter how powerful he is, his spiritual power will eventually deplete. Taking on the calamity of the 9 dynasties alone is almost impossible. If he were truly that formidable, he wouldn't need to practice the demon shadow divine skill of the 1,000 Autumn Pavilion to conceal his identity. The primordial ancestor side. Leah felt displeased listening to this. Ever since encountering the ephemera sect, the primordial ancestor had become timid, no longer exuding the serene and profound demeanor he once had, shattering Li Ya's illusion. But recalling the primordial ancestor of Li family's admonition, Leah did not argue with the primordial ancestor's words. Just then, the ground began to tremble, startling Leah to soar into the air, whereas the traveler of graceful crane remained seated on the rock, unmoved. Leah looked towards the entrance of the 9 Nether Road, where he saw the array platform beneath the black crack starting to crumble, a wooden branch breaking through the ground, followed by its trunk. The followers of the ephemera sect around the area all retreated. Under every once alarmed gaze, a towering tree burst from the ground, unmistakably an ephemera tree. This ephemera tree was even larger than the one Gu and had eradicated, standing over 500 yards tall, its crown piercing the black clouds. The colossal ephemera tree, standing behind the black crack, appeared even more terrifying. Humph! They indeed planted an ephemera tree. A cold snort resounded across the heavens, chilling everyone to the core. Jiang Xiong turned her head, seeing a brilliant sword light sweep from the horizon, cutting through the sea of clouds, unstoppable, targeting the ephemera tree. A figure appeared out of nowhere before the ephemera tree, the masked woman in black, wielding a golden staff. With a forward thrust, boundless spiritual power erupted, forcibly halting the sword light miles away, distorting the surrounding space. Chapter 116 Kindred Spirits on a Snowy Night, Deep in the Mountains. Guan squatted down, picked the last ephemeral flower from the snow, and threw it into his storage bag. He only harvested 1 more year of lifespan, but he was not dissatisfied because this month he had already harvested nearly 500,000 years of lifespan, pushing his total lifespan over 1 million years again. It was so satisfying. After tonight, There would be no more ephemeral flowers on the surface in the Taicang dynasty. In 1 month, he had picked over 1 million ephemeral flowers, half of which hadn't even reached a year old, having just sprouted. If Guan didn't pick them, the cultivators of the Taicang dynasty would clear them, so he could only pick them whenever he saw them, gambling on his luck. He couldn't ignore the safety of the world and forbid others from clearing the ephemeral flowers, and he also feared the ephemeral sect. He could slowly accumulate lifespan, but if the ephemeral sect's plan succeeded and he had no power to resist, he would be ruined. In the dim forest, Guan stretched lazily and then walked towards a nearby city. It was almost dawn, and he planned to stroll around the city. Being cooped up in Medicine Valley all the time wasn't good. Occasionally getting out to see the scenery and the sights of the exotic realms could help him gain insights. Since he encountered Wu Ju's path enlightenment, Guan had been pondering enlightenment. He felt that enlightenment relied not only on opportunity, but also on life experiences. The sun gradually rose. The city 100 miles away began to stir with noise, signaling the start of a new day. At noon, Guan sat in the second-floor tavern, drinking wine. He sat by the window, watching the street below, where martial arts heroes were performing their skills. Where there were people, there was the martial arts world. Even though everyone in the Taicang dynasty knew about the existence of immortal cultivation, 90% of people couldn't cultivate, which led to the birth of the martial arts world. They stood apart from the immortal cultivation world, having their own excitement and grievances. In the entire city, Guan only sensed 3 other cultivators, and like him, they were pretending to be ordinary people. The immortal cultivation world was facing the threat of the ephemeral sect, with countless demons eyeing them greedily outside the 9 dynasties, while the ordinary people lived unaffected. Most of them only lived for a few decades, and by the time their lives ended, the great demon calamity might not have even arrived. This was the difference between immortals and mortals. Cultivators and mortals lived under different time rules. As Guan contemplated the difference between immortals and mortals, many emotions surged in his heart. He wanted to see if he could enter a state of enlightenment through such reflections. However, he sat there all day without entering the state of enlightenment, but he didn't feel it was a waste of time. Sitting quietly sometimes, not speaking, and experiencing the countless facets of the mortal world had its own unique pleasure. Dusk settled again, and the snow that had stopped for a day began to fall once more. Guan stood up, left some silver coins, and then departed. He didn't leave the city directly but started to wander the streets, mingling with the crowds, letting the snow fall on him, immersing himself in a mortal world's hustle and bustle. Only at dawn the next day did Guan return to the valley. When he reached the 3rd Medicine Valley, he saw disciples gathered together, chattering excitedly. From a distance, he heard the disciples discussing the Supreme Elder. A Supreme Elder had returned. This news shook the entire Supreme sect. The identity of the Supreme Elder, who had lived for 1,500 years with cultivation reaching the heavens, had been revealed. At the moment, the Supreme sect was facing the threat of the ephemeral sect, and the return of the Supreme Elder had greatly boosted the sect's morale. The righteous sect of the world regained its domineering aura. This Supreme Elder's title was Mystic Spring, also known as Xian Quan. Guan guessed that he had returned because the Supreme Sect informed him that ancestor Xian Tian had been killed by the ephemeral sect. After listening for a while, Guan continued to pick medicinal herbs. As he picked the herbs, he was still contemplating the insights from the past 2 days. Although he hadn't entered a state of enlightenment, his mystic heart had gained another talisman. The mystic heart could gather divine skills, and Guan, at the Mahayana Realm 9 layers, had a divine skill brewing. Condensing divine skills depended not on cultivation level, but on insights. He already had an idea, and as he continued to perfect it, the divine skill would naturally form. 3 days later, Guan arrived at the Outer Sect's book collection hall, where Elder Lu often personally received him as always. After not seeing him for several months, Guan noticed that he had aged significantly, his complexion also declining. Elder Lu, Foundation Establishment Realm 9th Layer 258/270/340. Looking at the other's lifespan, Guin sighed internally. Elder Liu's cultivation level was obviously elevated by elixirs, so his lifespan was shorter than those of the same realm. Having known each other for many years, their relationship had become profound, beyond the bounds of age. Guin couldn't help but feel melancholic about his old friend's impending departure. However, he had long been prepared for this. He would eventually say goodbye to everyone around him. The path to longevity was destined to be lonely. Even if he found a way to extend the limit of lifespan in the future, it would just be an improvement. Making people immortal was incredibly difficult, and Guin couldn't transfer his lifespan to others. This anticipated loneliness didn't sadden Guin. Instead, it made him more resolute. The more so, the more he wanted to live on. He wanted to see the mortal world after 10,000 years, the splendors of 10 million years, and the vicissitudes of hundreds of millions of years. Elder Liu, this is the last volume of the Supreme Immortal Venerable. Guin took a book out of his storage bag and smiled. Elder Liu took the book and curiously asked, "I thought you would wait a few more years. How did it come out so soon?" The story needed to end, and coincidentally, it concludes with the protagonist joining forces with the people of the world to slay the demon and bring peace. Doesn't this align perfectly with the current world situation? Guin smiled. He paused for a moment and then said, "Although my qualifications are mediocre and I lack the strength to change the world, if I can inspire the people's fighting spirit, it will be a small contribution." Elder Liu did not open the book, but praised. "Your books have already influenced many people. Before you, cultivators rarely read outside their practice. The name Pan and has taken on the aura of a sage." Elder Liu, you're exaggerating. "Ha, what are you writing next?" "I don't plan to write anything for now. I will see what the future holds." Indeed, a masterpiece often comes about by chance and cannot be forced. The two chatted casually, with Elder Liu reminiscing about their first meeting. Guin listened intently and responded just as earnestly. After talking for 2 ancient hours, Elder Liu suddenly said, "Once the final volume of Supreme Immortal Venerable is arranged, I will resign from the elder position and prepare to leave the Supreme Sect to revisit my hometown. It has been 240 years since I joined the sect. I wonder if my hometown has changed." He already sensed his imminent end. People often wish to return to their roots before they die. Guin couldn't help but think of Cheng Xiandan, who also left alone before his end. "I wish Elder Liu a smooth journey." Guin smiled gently, as if unaware of Elder Liu's impending end. After bidding farewell to Elder Liu, Guin went to the elixir hall. He did not enter the hall, but stood in the street, looking at its sign. Because of Elder Liu, he thought of Zhu Qinglu. Zhu Qinglu, an elder of the elixir hall, was also responsible for liaising with Guin. He, too, did not have many years left to live. This indicated that in the coming years, Guin would continuously say goodbye to old friends. In this place, Guin entered a state of selflessness. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, Guin awoke, his vision returning, seeing a disciple standing in front of him. It was none other than Wu Ju, who had previously achieved path enlightenment. "Brother, are you all right?" Wu Ju asked cautiously. He had passed by and was drawn by Gu An's state, suspecting that Gu An had entered a state of enlightenment similar to his own. As he got closer, he realized it was the disciple he had encountered the day his own enlightenment ended. Fate was indeed wondrous. That day, this disciple witnessed his enlightenment. Today, he witnessed the disciple's enlightenment. Wu Ju developed a fondness for Guin and had been guarding nearby to avoid interruption. He had stood for quite a while. When Guin suddenly opened his eyes, he thought he might have disturbed him and felt a bit uneasy. Guin had indeed entered a state of enlightenment earlier, and his mystic heart had gained another talisman. He looked at Wu Ju and smiled. "I'm fine. Have we met before?" Wu Ju smiled and said, "Yes, back then I was under the tree, and you asked if I was all right just like how I'm asking you now." Guan cast a lifespan detection on him. Wu Ju, Foundation Establishment Realm, Second Layer 63/280/1040. How did he gain another 500 years? Had this guy recently achieved enlightenment again? Who was this person really? This was ridiculously extraordinary. Han Ming had only achieved enlightenment once in his life. Yet Wu Ju had done it twice in 2 months? You must have entered a state of enlightenment just now. Shall we find a place to talk? Wu Ju invited him eagerly. Guan didn't refuse, as it suited him well. Then, he followed Wu Ju to his private courtyard. After closing the door, they sat down to converse. Wu Ju became quite enthusiastic, actively sharing his experiences. He had been an orphan since childhood, brought to the supreme sect by his master. His master, an outer disciple, found him hanging on a tree while on a mission. His parents had abandoned him, but didn't want him to be eaten by wild beasts, so they hung him on the tree. In the supreme sect, Wu Ju's spirit root qualification was mediocre, but under his master's protection, he had a good life. It wasn't until recently that his master was killed by a cultivator of the ephemera sect on a mission, news he got from his master's companion. He felt as if the sky had fallen. The very next day, the ephemera sect attacked. Watching the cultivators fight, Wu Ju was perplexed, not understanding why people had to fight to the death. In his confused state, he achieved enlightenment. After sharing his story, he looked at Guan and asked, "Brother Gu, what led to your enlightenment?" Guan replied, "My enlightenment was also related to life and death. An old friend I've known for decades is approaching his end." He spoke calmly, but Wu Ju sensed that he must have been deeply saddened. However, the reason for Gu An's enlightenment made Wu Ju feel a deeper connection with him. "Brother Gu, don't share your enlightenment experience with others. After my enlightenment, I found that my energy absorption speed increased, and even my comprehension improved. My master always taught me to be humble and keep things to myself," Wu Ju said earnestly. Guan nodded, smiling inwardly. It seemed Wu Ju's master was someone with similar beliefs. But he thought Wu Ju's enlightenment wasn't simply due to sudden clarity. Enlightening twice because of his master's death. It didn't make sense. Chapter 117. Kill him, using a sword? Guan exchanged epiphanies with Wu Ju, talking all the way until the next morning. Both of them benefited greatly. Before parting, Wu Ju reminded him once again not to reveal their epiphany to others. Seeing Wu Ju's caution, Guan smiled and promised. Wu Ju watched Guan leave, a smile spreading on his face. Having lived in the Supreme Sect for so many years, Guan was his first true friend. He had always been very self-conscious and didn't dare to communicate with others much. The only one he was close to was his master, so his master's death was a great blow to him. Wu Ju turned back to his room to continue cultivating, while looking forward to his next exchange with Guan Gu, and stayed in the city for an hour before returning to the third Medicine Valley. After inspecting the valley, he hurriedly left again. After spending a short while in Mystic Valley, he came to the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. The Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion already had a lot of medicinal herbs planted, but it was still far from being filled. Guan planned to plant herbs above the 5th rank here, as it was his private territory, a place truly unknown to anyone. Though Zhang Xiong and Sky Dragon knew about the 8 scenic caves, only he knew about the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. During the planting process, he felt the presence of a battle coming from the north. The aura of the 9 Nether Road was still there, lasting for several months. The 9 dynasties continuously sent cultivators to fight, temporarily curbing the chaos caused by the Ephemera sect. This was normal. If the strength of the Ephemera sect far surpassed the 9 dynasties, they would have swept across them long ago. Guan did not pay attention to the distant battle and focused on planting herbs. He could stay overnight at the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion, as it was already the end of the month. If Leah wanted to contact him, he could not afford to miss it. Since Guan and Leah made the agreement, Leah didn't appear on a mountaintop at the end of the month to reveal his aura, possibly due to circumstances beyond his control. Yet, Guan was not anxious. He would come to the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion at the end of every month and use his divine sense to search for Li Yas' aura in the north. Thus, Guan finished planting all the seeds he brought and set up a formation. When night fell, he performed the 9 extremes yin-yang body, transforming into a shadow and heading north. Under the night sky, Leah, carrying the North Sea heavy sword, reached the mountaintop. He looked ahead. The mountains stretched endlessly. The night sky was covered with dark clouds, obscuring the stars and moon. How far is this place from the North Sea mountains? I wonder if the primordial ancestor can find me, Leah thought worriedly. The old ancestor's voice sounded in his mind. The great cultivators of the 9 dynasties continue to appear, yet they cannot budge that female cultivator. When the main branch of the ephemera sect arrives, it will be even more dangerous. Even if the primordial ancestor comes, he cannot turn the tide. He too acknowledged that Guan was the primordial ancestor of the Li family, but he had no confidence in the ancestor. The primordial ancestor's cultivation level was higher than his own when he was alive, but the main branch of the ephemera sect also had such people, and not just one. After hearing this, Leah fell silent. He turned his head, spreading his divine sense, fearing that followers of the ephemera sect were tracking him. After confirming no one was following him, Leah put down the heavy sword and sat cross-legged. He placed the heavy sword on his legs, carefully stroking it, feeling the blade. He had already mastered a trace of the Taicang Divine shocking sword intent. The longer he delved into it, the more profound he found the swordsmanship. Once it was fully mastered, he would be unrivaled in his realm, and even capable of cross-realm battles. The cold wind blew. Though there was no flying snow, it was still bone-chillingly cold. It was unclear how much time had passed. A figure appeared behind Leah, silently watching him. It was Guan, using the 9 extremes yin-yang body, observing Li Yas' swordsmanship accomplishments. Not bad. He didn't waste the swordsmanship accomplishment he had left behind. He is here. The old ancestor's voice sounded in Li Yas' ear with a complex tone. Upon hearing this, Leah opened his eyes and turned his head. As soon as he saw Guan, he immediately stood up and saluted him with the North Sea heavy sword in hand. Now, he could lift the North Sea heavy sword with one hand. Greetings, primordial ancestor. Regarding the title Leah used, Guan couldn't bother to explain. As long as Leah didn't guess his real identity, it was fine. Tell me about the ephemera sect, Guan said, his voice as usual with a changed tone. Leah began reporting the situation. Currently, all the followers of the ephemera sect were gathered at the entrance of the 9 Nether Road, numbering over 1 million. Every one of the ephemera sect's followers bore the ephemera seal, causing those wavering cultivators to be unable to escape. He mentioned the ephemera tree. Nearly every day, cultivators went to fight against the ephemera sect and ultimately died, becoming nutrients for the ephemera tree. Speaking of this tree, the fearless Li Yas' face too showed a trace of fear. Guan wasn't concerned about these. He was only curious about the strength of the strongest person in the main branch of the ephemera sect. Unfortunately, Leah didn't know either. After talking for half a day, it was all about the battles around the ephemera tree, without mentioning the situation inside the 9 Nether Road. I wondered why you came out secretly. Turns out it was to pass on information. It seems your backer is also helpless and unable to respond to you. A contemptuous laugh echoed. Startling Leah, his face turned pale. He looked behind Guan, only to see a scholar-dressed traveler of graceful crane walking out from the forest. Guan, with his back toward him, did not turn around. Shadow magic skill. I wonder which master from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion you are? Traveler of graceful crane asked with a smile as he took off the book box behind him, placed it in front, and began to search inside it. Before Guan spoke, Leah anxiously shouted, "Primordial ancestor, he is traveler of graceful crane. It's him who previously captured my old ancestor's soul. He is very strong. You must not be careless." Guan turned his head slightly, glancing at traveler of graceful crane. Traveler of graceful crane, Unification Realm 9th Layer 1209/3020/3030. Unification Realm 9th Layer. No wonder he spoke so arrogantly. With such cultivation, he could indeed roam freely in the Taicang Dynasty. Guin slowly turned around, looking at Traveler of Graceful Crane rummaging through his things, not in a hurry, watching him perform. A Grand Unification Realm 9th Layer cultivator needed to search for something by hand? This guy clearly thought he had Guin in the palm of his hand, deliberately messing with Guin and Li Yas' minds. Primordial ancestor? So you are family. In that case, he'll torture you to death in front of him to put an end to his wild thoughts. Traveler of Graceful Crane sneered coldly. Upon hearing this, Leah immediately moved to stand beside Guin, offering the North Sea heavy sword to him. To kill him, do I need a sword? Guin's hoarse voice sounded, making Leah pause, causing Traveler of Graceful Crane to halt his search. Traveler of Graceful Crane looked up at Guin. The two stood on a slope, with Guin standing higher. He couldn't see Guin's true face, but for some reason, looking at the opponent's posture gave him an uneasy feeling in his heart. He suddenly pulled out a scroll from the book box. When the scroll unfurled, terrifying magma erupted, blocking out the sky and blotting out the sun with a mighty force. Leah stood dazed, unable to react. Guin swiftly raised his right hand, flicking his finger to release a beam of light. It pierced through the terrifying magma, forcefully piercing Traveler of Graceful Crane's throat, blood spurting from the back of his neck. Traveler of Graceful Crane's eyes widened in disbelief. As his body leaned backward, a foot stepped on his back. Boom! The mountain quaked. Under Li Yas' watchful eyes, the formidable Traveler of Graceful Crane, who once made him despair, was trampled under the foot of the primordial ancestor, stone debris flying everywhere. Ugh! Traveler of Graceful Crane spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, desperately finding his spiritual power suppressed within his body, incapable of manifesting outside or casting spells for escape. He had never felt such suppression. Even a great mystic heart realm cultivator couldn't suppress him like this. Could it be that he had reached above the 5th level of the mystic heart realm? Traveler of Graceful Crane felt an absurdity. Boom! 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 Guin started stomping, foot by foot on Traveler of Graceful Crane's back. More blood pooled beneath him, forming cracks in the mountain's surface. Shrouded in dark purple demonic chi, Guin appeared like a demon god from the netherworld. Even Leah couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear in his heart. The primordial spirit of the old ancestor within him was also silent. After 9 stomps, Traveler of Graceful Crane had lost his combat ability. Guin's right foot ignited with Taicang True Fire, attaching it to Traveler of Graceful Crane's body. He then stepped back, using his left hand to capture Traveler of Graceful Crane's primordial spirit, while his right hand picked up the book box beside him. Traveler of Graceful Crane's body was swiftly incinerated to ashes. Guin's figure vanished, leaving only a sentence. From now on, survive at your best. There's no need to seek me out again. Leah stood on the slope, gazing at the ashes of Traveler of Graceful Crane, speechless for a long time. After quite a while, he couldn't help but ask in his mind, do you still think the primordial ancestor has no chance against the main branch of the Ephemeris sect? The old ancestor didn't respond. Inside the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion, Guin sat at a stone table, performing the soul-capturing skill on Traveler of Graceful Crane's primordial spirit. Indeed, Traveler of Graceful Crane was not from the 9 dynasties. He came from the main branch of the Ephemeris sect, having arrived early on. 300 years ago, the main branch of the Ephemeris sect descended upon the land of the 9 dynasties. He and several fellow disciples scattered. The others enacted the primary branch's major plan, searching for suitable puppet sects, while he traveled alone, seeking immortal opportunities. His actions were unique due to his core disciple status within the primary branch, possessing a prestigious background. 200 years ago, he encountered the mighty LV Batian. Realizing he wasn't an opponent, so he avoided it, hiding away for 200 years. The main branch of the Ephemerous sect came to the land of the 9 dynasties knowing it would be devoured by demons. In their view, the human race here was doomed and better be fed to the ephemera tree. The ephemera tree craved the spiritual power and flesh of human cultivators. If it could devour the humans of the 9 dynasties, it could transcend the heavenly destiny, reaching the legendary 9th rank. Chapter 1:18 Sword Venerable Fudao Strikes. Wuchen Wasteland. At dawn, because of the overcast clouds in the sky, this wasteland had never seen the sun or moon. On top of a broken cliff, dozens of cultivators gathered, including Jihan Tian, the vice sect leader of the Supreme Sect. They looked towards the horizon, with worry etched on their faces. That female demon is simply too powerful. Without a mystic heart realm cultivator, no matter how many of us join forces, it will be useless. There is no mystic heart realm cultivator in our dynasty. Our sect once had one, but he left 800 years ago and has been hard to find. How many mystic heart realm great cultivators stand behind the ephemerous sect? We have nowhere to go and cannot retreat. They were all leaders of various sects, all at the unification realm. Before the ephemerous sect wreaked havoc, each of them was a legendary figure in the 9 dynasties' immortal cultivation world, possessing immense power to turn the tides. Yet now, after gathering for many days, they were at a loss, not daring to act rashly. Many unification realm cultivators had already died under the ephemera tree. Some had acted alone, and they had also launched total assaults, all ending in failure, the terror of the mystic heart realm paralyzing them. Jihan Tian suddenly raised his right hand. A ring on his index finger emitted a shimmering light that penetrated his brow. His face lit up with joy. Then he lowered his right hand and spoke. Everyone, our Supreme Sect's Supreme Elder, Grandmaster Xian Quan, has returned and is on his way here. When he arrives, we can follow him in launching an attack. Our Grandmaster Xian Quan has already attained the mystic heart realm. This statement made all the sect leaders look at him with matching excitement and joy. For a moment, the praises for the Supreme Sect rose one after another, making Jihan Tian stand up proudly. Although the Supreme Sect was the strongest sect in the Taicang Dynasty, it might not rank among the top 3 within the 9 dynasties. If they could achieve indelible merit in facing the calamity of the ephemerous sect, they would surely become famous, attracting more families and cultivators in the future. The atmosphere on the cliff improved, and everyone saw hope in defeating the demon of the ephemerous sect. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, under the rolling, overcast clouds, hundreds of Zhangtal ephemera tree stood like a gigantic demon, towering and ferocious. Vines hung down from the branches of the ephemera tree, most of them with corpses tied to the ends. Some were not completely dead, their bodies trembling slightly, eyes filled with blood, veins bulging in their necks, a pitiful sight. Amid the crowd, Jiang Qiong's delicate brows furrowed as she looked at the hanging cultivators. She couldn't help but touch a blood-colored ephemera seal on her wrist, her heart filled with worry. If this continued, she felt she would either be killed by the 9 dynasties' cultivators or be absorbed by the ephemera tree. She couldn't just sit and wait for death. But what could she do? The ephemera seal restricted her freedom. Jiang Qiong looked at the middle-aged man beside her and transmitted her voice. "Father, do you still trust the ephemerous sect?" The middle-aged man sitting next to her was her father, Jiang Lang, one of the pavilion masters of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. He had not only brought Jiang Qiong, but also many disciples to join the ephemerous sect. Jiang Lang's face was sullen, and he didn't answer. How could he not know he had been played? But what could he do now? There were countless corpses of Unification Realm and Void Crossing Realm cultivators hanging from the ephemera tree. With his abilities, how could he escape? He turned to look in another direction, where 4 cultivators sat on the outskirts of the ephemerous sect's million followers. Their aura is so oppressive that no one dared to act recklessly. At present, only those closely connected to the ephemeris sect's higher-ups or trusted individuals could leave. Zhang Lang was neither. He belonged to sect hierarch Zhongliang. He should have enjoyed authority, but with Zhongliang's fall, his followers were scattered and imprisoned. Even if accepted, they weren't trusted. Seeing her father's expression, Jiang Qiong knew she couldn't count on him. Indeed, from the beginning, the only person she could rely on was herself. Jiang Qiong looked back at the ephemera tree, her gaze becoming resolute. She absolutely couldn't fall here. Just as this thought surfaced, a burst of light illuminated her face, making her eyes widen. Not just her, but everyone was illuminated. The rolling clouds above the ephemera tree suddenly dissipated, revealing a nearly 1,000-mile-wide opening, with sunlight and scattered snowflakes falling through. The black-clad woman, sitting on the array platform, looked up, her eyes flashing sharply through her mask. Not just her, but the 4 great cultivators at the edges of the million-strong ephemera sect also looked up. Under the sunlight, the ephemera tree began to tremble, seemingly disliking the sunlight. "Who are you? Who dares to reveal yourself?" The black-clad woman stood up and shouted loudly, her cold voice echoing through the heavens and earth. A figure appeared out of nowhere high above the ephemera tree. It was Guan, performing the 9 extremes yin-yang body. Guan looked down at everyone below, catching sight of Jiang Qiong. From high above, the millions of followers of the ephemera sect looked like prisoners sitting on the ground, with some cultivators standing on the outskirts, clearly there to guard the seated followers. Trusting the ephemera sect led to such a result. It truly was tragic. Guan swiftly cast lifespan detection on one after another. A second-layer mystic heart realm, and 4 ninth-layer unification realm. The ephemera tree beneath him had the same limited lifespan as the previous ephemera tree he had seen, and it was only a bit over 500 years old. To grow so quickly, how many people had it consumed? Guan raised his right hand, conjuring a cyan sword shadow in his palm. "Bold!" The black-clad woman shouted angrily, killing intent flashing through her eyes as she appeared beside Guan in one step, a blood-red sword in her hand, slashing at Guan. The sword strike seemed to unleash thousands of evil ghosts towards Guan, bloodlight covering the entire sky in an instant. But it was only for an instant. Boom! The black-clad woman was sent flying, crashing through the ground after passing over the heads of 1,000,000 followers, her life or death unknown. This scene shocked everyone. How could it be? Everyone cried out in their hearts. During this time, the black-clad woman had fully demonstrated her immense power, appearing nearly invincible. No matter how strong or renowned the attacking cultivators were, they were easily suppressed by her. Such a powerful being had no way to resist in front of this person. Guan raised his left hand, and his index finger shot out a radiant beam, piercing through the swirling dust towards where the woman had fallen. An alert appeared in front of Guan. "You successfully seized 47 years of Night Cultivator Fairies, second-layer Mystic Heart Realm. Lifespan. Not bad." Guan's left hand reached out again, capturing the mystic heart of the Night Cultivator Fairy from afar. The mystic heart scattered the rolling dust, fell into his hand, and then he stored it in his storage bag. The 4 ninth-layer unification realm great cultivators guarding the edges of the 1,000,000 ephemera sect followers saw the situation was dire and immediately fled in different directions. Guan raised his hand, pointing 4 times. Breaking path divine light. 4 radiant beams shot out like falling stars. The gazes and divine senses of the 1,000,000 followers couldn't capture their trajectories, but everyone felt those 4 were doomed. The world fell into silence. "The Thousand Autumn Pavilion has such a figure," Jiang Lang murmured. He was still in shock. Jiang Qiong was equally frightened. She was secretly glad she hadn't caused trouble in the Thousand Autumn Pavilion earlier. Sequential alerts appeared before Guan. He released the cyan sword shadow in his right hand, pointing the sword tip at the ephemera tree. Feeling the threat, the ephemera tree trembled, releasing the corpses as the vines floated upwards. Under the watch of the million followers of the Ephemera sect, a terrifying, twisted face emerged from the main trunk of the Ephemera tree. What is that? A demon tree. It really is a demon tree. That face. We were deceived. No. Impossible. A deafening uproar erupted among the million followers. Unlike Jiang Xiong, most had come this far still harboring illusions or needing to cling to hope. Rumble. The ground quaked as enormous vines burst through and struck Guan, startling the crowd to soar into the sky, with some taking the chance to flee. Yet there were also those, including Jiang Xiong, who courageously charged into the Nine Nether Road. The cyan sword shadow in Gu An's palm burst forth with terrifying sword intent, descending like a divine weapon with dazzling light. That sword intent. Sword Venerable Fu Dao. During her flight, Jiang Xiong looked up at Guan in horror. Sword Venerable Fu Dao was that powerful. The cyan sword shadow, carrying the sword intent of the Taicang Divine shocking sword, fell. Cultivators barely lifted off, were unable to flee the battlefield before the cyan sword shadow descended on the ephemera tree. This time, the sword intent was overwhelming, forcefully suppressing the ephemera tree, reducing it to ashes from top to bottom. The sword shadow hit the ground, shattering it, creating faults spreading rapidly in all directions, resembling an expanding spider web from the sky. Guan watched Jiang Xiong escape into the Nine Nether Road without stopping her. After today, Jiang Xiong would struggle to survive even if she stayed. He sensed dozens of Unification Realm auras rapidly approaching from a distance and immediately vanished. As for the million followers, Guan had considered slaughtering them, but feared many, like Yang Ni and Liya, had been deceived or forced into the sect, making causality too complex, and he feared killing innocents. Wanted slaughter would be no different from the ephemera sect. He didn't want to be seen as a great demon and later besieged by all. Yet, even so, his earlier sword had still killed many cultivators. That was not Guan's concern. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. Not killing them all was his way of exercising benevolence. Alert after alert appeared madly before Guan, who vanished from the spot. The ground continued to crack, dust rolling into the sky, billowing and vast. Jihan Tian and the others rushed in from afar. The wind mixed with dust blew in their faces, and their divine senses had already detected the destruction of the ephemera tree. Ha ha! Our supreme sect, Sword Venerable Fu Dao, has taken action. Jihan Tian couldn't help but laugh loudly, boasting of Sword Venerable Fu Dao's strength. Another supreme sect's cultivator? The sect leaders were moved. The previous sword intent had frightened them, making them feel it was impossible to reach such a height in a lifetime of cultivation. After the ephemera sect's destruction, they had to reassess the F. Chapter 119. Sword Venerable's Prestige. Lu Lingjun's Gesgu walked into Mystic Valley, scanning the disciples' cultivation along the way. He spotted Chu Jingfeng meditating under a tree with a wooden sword standing before him. He suddenly became interested and turned around to walk over. "Brother Chu, what are you doing?" Guan asked curiously. Chu Jingfeng opened his eyes and replied, "I'm contemplating my swordsmanship, trying to create a new sword technique." Creating a sword technique? That's amazing. Why are you using a wooden sword? If you need a real sword, you can ask me. Guan praised him and then took out a treasure sword from his storage bag. Chu Jingfeng's storage bag had long been confiscated, and the spirit stones he earned doing odd jobs were kept in his house. Facing the gift of the sword, Chu Jingfeng shook his head and said, "No need. I want to comprehend pure swordsmanship, deriving it from the heart rather than from the sword itself." It sounded quite profound. Guan put away the sword and said with a smile, "If you need anything, just come to me anytime." After speaking, he headed towards his attic. Chu Jingfeng watched Guan's back, sensing his joyful mood. Though he is weak, he is always cheerful. Chu Jingfeng watched Guan's back silhouette silently, feeling a tinge of envy in his heart. Born into a wealthy family, He ended up imprisoned due to the family's power struggle. If he had the choice, he would prefer starting as a servant disciple to avoid heavy burdens. Chu Jingfeng stopped thinking about it and resumed his sword enlightenment. After cultivating Taoist expansion skill, his cultivation level couldn't increase. He was too lazy to practice other spells, deciding to focus solely on sword enlightenment. Just like that mad swordsman Han Ming of Great Yu, who after attaining sword enlightenment, became unstoppable. Elsewhere, back in his attic, Guan sat at his desk and brought up his attribute panel. His lifespan had skyrocketed by more than 300,000 years. This meant that during the extermination of the ephemera tree, he had killed thousands of ephemera sect cultivators. Guan suddenly understood why there were so many demon cultivators. He tried hard to calm his emotions and maintain his original heart, not falling into the demon path. It's still better to grow flowers and herbs. The lifespan provided by Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators is equivalent to that of fifth-tier medicinal herbs. For him, the benefits of killing enemies were not much different from harvesting herbs and might even invite potential trouble. Guan took out the Green Hero Travelogue to shift his attention. Soon, he immersed himself in the love and grudges between the Green Hero and his beloved. Meanwhile, in the dustless wasteland, many cultivators flew through the air. Some were arriving, others were escorting ephemera sect cultivators away. On a cliff, Jihan Tian stood behind an elder in a white robe, respectfully recounting the earlier battle. That's how it happened, Elder. It was all thanks to Sword Venerable Fudao. Who exactly is he among the Supreme Elders? The Mystic Heart Realm Great Cultivator had no way to resist him. Jihan Tian asked, trying hard to suppress his excitement. The intervention of Sword Venerable Fudao had thrilled him greatly and made him proud. Recalling the shocked expressions of other sect leaders, he felt immensely satisfied. The elder standing before him, who had just returned, was Supreme Elder Xian Quan. Supreme Elder Xian Quan remained silent, closing his eyes as well. Jihan Tian did not disturb him, thinking that the Supreme Elder was contemplating whose sword Venerable Fudao might be. Little did he know, Supreme Elder Xian Quan was deeply shocked inside. Which Supreme Elder in the Supreme Sect was this powerful? However, he had heard stories of Sword Venerable Fudao upon his return, which at least suggested the other party's heart was aligned with the Supreme Sect, most likely being a member, though not a Supreme Elder. He had encountered similar situations overseas, where extraordinary talents would emerge in those super sects, stepping forward during the sex crisis. This was known as the sect's great fortune. Could it be that the Supreme Sect also had such great fortune? Supreme Elder Xian Quan slowly opened his eyes and said, Sword Venerable Fudao hides his identity because he doesn't want to be disturbed. The more this is the case, the less we should probe into his identity. We should even find ways to protect his information. But his achievements must be widely publicized to strengthen his sense of belonging to the Supreme Sect. Otherwise, over time, he may leave, feeling that the Supreme Sect has no benefits for him and only drags him down. Elder, I think the same. I've already sent a message to the sect leader asking him to publicize this matter, Jihan Tian said with a smile. The Supreme Sect had survived another catastrophe. According to ancient laws, it would rise triumphantly after a disaster. Go about your business. They'll check the entrance to 9 Nether Road. Perhaps this path could become an opportunity for the Supreme Sect. After saying this, Supreme Elder Xian Quan vanished into thin air. Jihan Tian turned around and left, preparing to discuss with other sects how to handle 9 Nether Road. As the year's end approached, Guan went to the outer gate city to find Wu Ju, bringing wine and roasted chicken. Seeing him, Wu Ju was delighted, pulling him inside. After closing the door, Wu Ju excitedly said, Brother Gu, why are you here? This was the first time anyone had voluntarily visited him. How could he not be happy? Just to see you, fearing you might be bored. Guan replied with a smile, though he truly wanted to see if Wu Ju had had any further enlightenment. Unfortunately, he had not. Guan wished to witness Wu Ju's continuous enlightenment, surpassing the supreme sex geniuses. For him, enlightenment was optional. After all, he could increase his lifespan through other means. He considered enlightenment out of boredom and to see if he could find a way to help extend the lifespan of those around him. So far, enlightenment seemed quite difficult, not achievable merely through deep experiences or rich emotions. Wu Ju placed bowls and chopsticks on the table, while Guan set down the wine and roasted chicken, observing the room and noting no changes. Wu Ju's cultivation had risen from Foundation Establishment Realm 2nd layer at the end of his enlightenment to Foundation Establishment Realm 4th layer. How long had it been? His talent seemed higher than that limited by extreme longevity. Judging by his living environment, it appeared Wu Ju had not sought another master. By the way, have you heard about Sword Venerable Fudeo's deeds? He single-handedly defeated the ephemeral sect, unbelievably. Thousands of fellow sects couldn't vanquish that demon, but he killed it in 2 moves. He's even more impressive than Gu Yu from the Supreme Immortal Venerable. While pouring wine for Guan, Wu Ju said with a smile, the Supreme Sect was already abuzz with Sword Venerable Fudeo's legend, and not just Wu Ju, servant disciples from the Third Medicine Valley and Mystic Valley were discussing it. Visiting Tinya Valley a few days ago, Luo Han had also inquired about this. Of course I've heard, truly impressive. I wonder what he's like in person, Guan said with a laugh. The two began discussing Sword Venerable Fudao, toasting back and forth, quickly finishing a jar of wine. Wu Ju pulled out a secret book from his pocket, saying, Brother Gu, this is a fist technique I exchanged for all my savings. Take a look and practice it when you get home. Guan hurriedly refused. How can I accept this? No, I can't take advantage of you. What do you mean, take advantage? You're my only friend, and learning some combat techniques is never a bad thing. I've come to realize that the immortal cultivation world is rarely peaceful for decades, with conflicts between righteous and demonic paths erupting frequently. Wu Ju said earnestly. Hearing this, Guan had no choice but to accept. He began to read through the fist technique. Sunset Fist. After a quick look, Guan memorized it all and returned the secret book to Wu Ju. Wu Ju was stunned, asking, so quickly? You don't like it? Guan replied, I'm not fond of fighting. This fist technique is too aggressive for me. Wu Ju smiled wryly. When cultivators fight, it's a matter of life and death unless you stay in the Supreme Sect forever. Haha, I really want to stay here forever. Fine then. Not wanting to take advantage of him, Guan took out a swordsmanship book, saying, I have a sword technique here. Would you like to see? No need. Though I respect Sword Venerable Fudao, I don't like using swords. Or rather, I don't like using magic artifacts in battle. I only trust my fists and feet. Wu Ju waved his hand, displaying his muscular arm. Guan chuckled and took out the Gale Shadowless Leg secret book, saying, How about this one? Wu Ju glanced at it, instantly unable to look away. It sounded impressive. Must be valuable. No worries, take it. If you become important in the Supreme Sect one day, don't forget about me. Guan said. Hearing this, Wu Ju hesitated no longer, eagerly taking the book and reading it intently. Guan picked up his wine bowl, gazing at the focused Wu Ju. Who could imagine his demeanor 1,000 years from now? With the arrival of spring, the snow season extended, not ceasing even by the time of the spring festival. The Third Medicine Valley became lively, with the attic area adorned with lanterns and festive decorations. The disciples were busy, their faces beaming with smiles. Guan sat at a long table in the courtyard, watching the bustling disciples with a smile. Having many people was good, no need for him to toil. Guan glanced at Lu Lingjun, who was making paper cuts among the female disciples, looking virtuous and gentle, contrasting her Unification Realm 9th layer cultivation level. Xiaochuan approached excitedly. Senior brother, they're building a statue of Sword Venerable Fudao next to the Heavenly Repair platform. It's grand. You must see it next time you go. He had also started cultivating the Taoist expansion skill, though less enthusiastically than Chu Jingfeng or Lu Jujia. He had accepted his aptitude and enjoyed life honestly. Guan could only respect this, as forcing cultivation was not possible. Besides, practicing the skill seriously only delayed aging, not prevented it. Is that so? I should indeed take a look. Guan raised his eyebrows and smiled. The supreme sex attitude pleased him, giving him due respect. Xiao Chuan continued narrating changes in the outer gate, as Guan sensed LV Batian flying over. Soon, LV Batian landed. Xiao Chuan immediately got up and left, not daring to intrude. Let's talk inside, LV Batian said, making his way into the attic. Lu Lingjun glanced over, curious. What was Gu An's true identity? Why did this unification realm, 9th layer great cultivator, constantly seek him? Could Guan be hiding his cultivation, not as weak as he appeared? These thoughts swirled in Lu Lingjun's mind, urging her to find an opportunity to talk with Xiao Chuan. Meanwhile, inside, Guan shut the door, and LV Batian placed a restriction, then sat down, asking, "There's a great opportunity. Do you want it?" Chapter 1, 20 Sword Intent shocks the sect. No. Guan refused outright, thinking, how could the Supreme Sect have any opportunities after just experiencing a calamity? LV Batian was stunned for a moment, not expecting such a blunt refusal. Instantly annoyed, he said, "You brat, I haven't even told you what the opportunity is." Guan sat down and said, "I won't be the sect leader. I won't write books, and I won't entertain disturbances from the holy sons or holy daughters anymore." LV Batian laughed in anger after hearing that. "In your eyes, am I that kind of person? I just don't want trouble. Did I wrong you? If so, I apologize." Guan said seriously. LV Batian's face froze. Then he gave a faux cough and said, "Naturally, you have wronged me. I came to find you for other matters." "What matters?" "You must have heard of the 9 Nether Road. It has now been sealed off by the 9 dynasties working together, with each sect sending cultivators to guard it. Even the main lineage of the Ephemera sect would find it hard to shake. Now, the sects of the 9 dynasties are leading disciples to train on the 9 Nether Road, where demons roam freely. You can kill demons and seize treasures. Moreover, the spiritual energy is rich, making it suitable for cultivation." LV Batian spoke slowly, which indeed surprised Guan. He hadn't expected the 9 Nether Road to be turned into a training ground like a secret realm. Guan asked, "Isn't the 9 Nether Road supposed to be dangerous?" "It is dangerous, so great cultivators will lead the disciples for training. I want to give you a spot so that when you enter the 9 Nether Road, someone will protect your life. You can cultivate, kill demons, or search for treasures. No matter what you do, someone will have your back. Isn't that a great opportunity? Furthermore, the Supreme Sect plans to build a city inside the 9 Nether Road for disciples to rest and cultivate." LV Batian spoke passionately, full of ambition. He believed that if he developed the 9 Nether Road well, the Supreme Sect would soar to new heights, possibly entering its most prosperous period ever, and his status in the sect's history would rise accordingly. Guan listened carefully and thought it indeed seemed feasible. LV Batian seemed intent on changing a long-standing trend where cultivators would leave the 9 dynasties' lands after reaching the unification realm to seek opportunities elsewhere. LV Batian wanted to enhance the foundation of the Supreme Sect, making it stronger so future disciples wouldn't need to venture out for opportunities. The 9 Nether Road was his first step. He also planned to establish a sea route, led by the newly returned Elder Xianquan. He spoke more and more passionately, almost declaring his intention to unify the continent. Guan listened with great interest, admiring LV Batian's vision. The stronger the Supreme Sect, the better it would be for him to benefit from its shade. After a long while, LV Batian finally ended his endless speech and looked at Guan, asking, "So, will you go?" Guan shook his head and said, "I won't go. I need to stay and look after the Medicine Valley. Someone else can look after it as well. No, I can't relax. Honestly, I'm scared. I always feel the 9 Nether Road is very dangerous and my combat ability is weak. I won't go." How about this? I give my spot to someone else. Is that okay? You don't want to go. You want to give away your spot? I have contributed to the Supreme Sect too. This huge Medicine Valley, I didn't embezzle anything. Shouldn't you reward me? Looking at Gu An's righteous look, LV Batian shook his head and smiled. After thinking about it, he still agreed to Gu An's request. Giving the spot to someone close to Gu and would still increase Gu An's sense of belonging to the Supreme Sect. LV Batian didn't believe he couldn't hand off the sect leader position. He was determined to give it to Guin. In the long run, Guin would eventually accept it. Thinking of this, LV Batian smiled, filled with anticipation. How do you think the Supreme Sect can become the #1 sect of the 9 dynasties? LV Batian suddenly asked, wanting to test Gu and while guiding him toward the mindset of sect leader. Guin answered directly, using force won't work. It easily accumulates hatred. We can use cultural infiltration. Just like the previous Outer Sect conference, the Supreme Sect could host various conferences in the future, such as formation, alchemy, sword competition, talisman crafting, etc. We should strive to make the Supreme Sect hold grand events that attract the attention of the 9 dynasties every few years. The initial investment might be huge, but once people get used to it, they will gradually recognize the Supreme Sect as the orthodox sect. Imagine if you just stepped onto the path of the sword cultivator and heard that the Supreme Sect sword competition was a must-attend event, an opportunity to make a name for oneself. You would subconsciously think that the Supreme Sect holds a high position in the Sword Dao. When people frequently mention the Supreme Sect, or when the Supreme Sect becomes the most frequently mentioned sect by the populace, the Supreme Sect won't be far from becoming the greatest sect. Of course, the sect's own strength is the most important. Guin spoke eloquently. After hearing LV Batian's long talk, he decided to pontificate. LV Batian soon became absorbed in listening, and seeing him paying close attention, Guin became even more enthusiastic, discussing the details. It couldn't just be competitions of strength. It would be best to have other competitions of skills. These events could be held in different outer sect and inner sect cities, driving the economic development of these cities. He even proposed establishing various societies among the disciples, such as the Elixir Society and Swordsman Society, to facilitate disciple exchanges and allow disciples with leadership skills to hone their abilities. LV Batian was astonished. This boy writing Investiture of the Gods wasn't a coincidence. He truly had great talent inside. After Guin finished speaking, LV Batian drank a bowl of tea in one go, feeling invigorated. LV Batian looked at him intently and said, "And you say you're not fit to be the sect leader?" Guin waved and said, "I don't have the qualifications to be the sect leader. I don't have an illustrious background, nor do I have the courage or boldness to implement grand plans. At most, I can offer some advice. Execution is the hardest part. Guin would never be sect leader." LV Batian smiled and then began to ask questions about the strategies Guin had just mentioned, with Guin patiently answering. An hour passed before they both walked out of the pavilion. LV Batian followed Guin, still savoring Gu An's ideas. As soon as they went downstairs, he bid farewell, saying he wasn't in the mood for festivities. Guin didn't try to persuade him to stay. Without LV Batian around, the festive atmosphere in the Third Medicine Valley became even more relaxed. After the new year, the matter of training on the 9 Nether Road quickly spread throughout the Supreme Sect. Treasures, heavenly materials, demon cores, spiritual energy, all kinds of benefits of the 9 Nether Road began to spread wildly. It was obvious that LV Batian, heeding Gu An's advice, focused on publicizing the specific benefits of the opportunities, stirring up the enthusiasm of the disciples, and enhancing their sense of belonging to the sect. In the law enforcement hall, Yilan was summoned to meet with the elder of the law enforcement hall. The elder of the law enforcement hall smiled and said, "Yilan, the higher-ups have assigned you a spot for the 9 Nether Road. You are quite impressive. Don't worry, the law enforcement hall won't mistreat you. We will help you better enter the 9 Nether Road." Yilan froze. The 9 Nether Road? The first person she thought of was Guin. Even though she had been rooted in the law enforcement hall for years, opportunities like the Nine Nether Road were far beyond her reach. She had heard that the first batch of spots for the Nine Nether Road was limited to only 200, and the outer sect hardly had any chance. The corners of Yi Lan's mouth lifted. She felt no burden about being taken care of by Guan, only surprise and sweetness. Senior brother, it seems you still have me in your heart, even if you were stubborn with words. Yi Lan understood Guan's thoughts. Romantic relationships could indeed hinder cultivation. Precisely because of this, she wanted to seize every opportunity to become stronger, proving her determination to her senior brother. Winter passed, and spring came, bringing the awakening of all things. Time reached early March. In the Third Medicine Valley, Guan squatted by the Heavenly Spirit Pond formed by Heavenly Spirit Water. He had just released a batch of carp into it, and was watching them swim freely to see if they could absorb the spiritual energy of the pond. Lu Lingjun stood beside him and said, "If raised like this, they might develop spiritual wisdom. Will the Heavenly Spirit Water continue to expand?" Guan asked curiously. Lu Lingjun replied, "With the amount of water I have given you, it should reach a diameter of 10 zhong." Hearing this, Guan thought it was a bit small. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly a sword intent came from afar, alarming the sky. Lu Lingjun's expression changed slightly. She turned her head, frowning. Guan looked up and saw thunderclouds rapidly rolling in the sky, heading towards the inner sect. The sword intent of the Taicang Divine shocking sword. Guan could feel in Hao's presence. Good boy, he's already mastered the sword intent of the Taicang Divine shocking sword so quickly. Guan felt both gratified and a bit shocked. And Hao's talent was truly extraordinary. Lu Lingjun said in surprise, "This sword intent is similar to that left by Sword Venerable Fu Dao on the Heavenly Repair platform, but it's far less grand. Could it be that a disciple of Sword Venerable Fu Dao has initially mastered the Sword Dao?" Guan asked curiously, "A disciple? How can you tell so clearly? I can't even feel it." Lu Lingjun remained calm, saying, "Perhaps I've seen others cultivate sword intent. Having been a servant disciple for so long, she already understood the supreme sect and was ready to move up. To increase her status, her cultivation was naturally key. She didn't plan to start as an outer disciple, but wanted to be introduced by Guan." Meanwhile, amidst clouds and mist, a mountain peak protruded through the sea of clouds, looking like an immortal realm. Alone at the mountaintop, and Hao was meditating, and Hao's white robes fluttered wildly, and in front of him, a sword shadow condensed, exuding an ancient aura. Figures appeared out of thin air around him. LV Beitian and Elder Xian Quan had also arrived. Elder Guzong looked at Hao, astonished, and said, "This sword intent is," another elder said in a deep voice, "the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Did he gain insight from the Heavenly Repair platform? No, just relying on the Heavenly Repair platform isn't enough. He must have inherited Sword Venerable Fu Dao's legacy," a female elder said in a deep voice. "So, he is a disciple of Sword Venerable Fu Dao? No wonder such a genius would voluntarily join the Supreme Sect without any background. It turns out, Sword Venerable Fu Dao helped us nurture the disciple," Elder Guzong remarked. LV Beitian kept his eyes fixed on Hao, his gaze flickering. Elder Xian Quan stroked his beard and said, "Such domineering sword intent, it could be recognized as the foremost sword Dao of the Taicang dynasty." His comment made the elders even more excited, and they began discussing Hao's background and talent. Elder Xian Quan, meanwhile, waved his sleeve, and flags flew out from it, surrounding Hao. The flag started to gather nature's spiritual energy, pouring it into Hao's body. Chapter 121. The Battle of the World's Number 1 and Hao's Taicang Divine Shocking Sword intent shook the entire Supreme Sect, causing countless disciples to discuss it fervently. The sword intent lingered for several hours before it dissipated. In the following days, various rumors emerged. The only certainty was that the pressure came from a sword intent, which led to an increasing number of sword cultivators gathering at the Heavenly Repair platform. Gu An's days have been quite peaceful. He moved between the three medicine valleys, occasionally visiting the mystic Heaven Cave Mansion at night, and spent the rest of the time enjoying life. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Guan turned 62 years old. The news of Sword Venerable Fudeo's eradication of the ephemera sect demons had just truly spread throughout the immortal cultivation world. Guan often heard people in the outer sect talking about it, and Sword Venerable Fudao had already earned the reputation of being the foremost sword cultivator of the Taicang dynasty. Some even thought he was the best in the world. That day at noon, Guan stood at the edge of the Heavenly Repair platform, looking at the 100-foot-tall stone statue ahead, feeling pleased. This 100-foot-tall stone statue was the divine statue of Sword Venerable Fudao, crafted in the posture of Gu and performing his 9 extremes yin-yang body. The demonic chi around him was sculpted into an aura. The statue had one hand pointing diagonally and the other holding a sword, exuding an imposing air. At this moment, it wasn't just Guan who was observing the divine statue of the Sword Venerable. There were also over a dozen others gazing up, each discussing among themselves. Listening to their words of admiration for Sword Venerable Fudao, Guan felt even more delighted. Fame across the world, who wouldn't want that? Guan wanted it too, but he feared others discovering his life-stealing ability, so he kept a low profile. However, being able to make a name for himself under another identity still satisfied his vanity. Sword Venerable Fudao may indeed be the foremost sword cultivator of the Taicang dynasty, but he is not necessarily the best in the world. A voice drew Gu An's attention, as well as the gaze of many disciples around. The speaker was a man in blue attire, holding a folding fan. With an elegant demeanor and a handsome, calm face, it was as if the outrageous words just now hadn't come from his mouth. A burly inner sect disciple looked at the man in blue and said in a deep voice, "Oh, then pray tell, who is the best sword cultivator in the world?" By now, Sword Venerable Fudao was the pride of all Supreme Sect disciples, and they wouldn't tolerate any questioning. The man in blue responded, "In the westernmost land within Tianwei, there is a sword cultivator called Taoist Tianjian. 700 years ago, he was the foremost sword cultivator of Tianwei. He later retreated into the deep mountains, focusing solely on sword enlightenment. Not long ago, a sword intent erupted in Tianwei, proving he is still alive. If not for Sword Venerable Fudeo's swift action, it would have been this senior who ended the ephemera sect. Tianwei, one of the 9 dynasties, located at the far west, constantly plagued by demons, yet its territory was even more extensive than Taicang, a testament to Tianwei's might. Guan sensed that this person's cultivation level was hidden. On the surface, he appeared to be at the core formation realm, but had actually reached the divinity transformation realm. He cast a lifespan detection. Seizure Divinity Transformation, 2nd level, 289/800/1300, concealed cultivation, and boasting of Tianwei cultivators. This rascal must not be a disciple of the Supreme Sect. Guan remained silent, watching as the surrounding disciples verbally attacked Seizure. Seizure remained indifferent, facing the insults and slanders with calmness. Taoist Tianjian was indeed formidable and once renowned throughout the world. But that's ancient history. As a prince of the Tianwei imperial family, possessing the fire god blood lineage, to speak so recklessly within the Supreme Sect, are you inciting a war? A voice came, and everyone turned to see the mad swordsman of Great Yu, Han Ming, striding forward. Seizure turned back, raised his hand in salute, and said, "So, it's the mad swordsman, Senior. I've heard you've been in the Supreme Sect for many years. Are you planning to join the Supreme Sect?" He smiled gently, but his words were uncomfortable. Boy, if not for the favor your father, the Emperor, granted me, you'd be a corpse now. Do you think your divinity transformation realm cultivation can withstand my sword?" Han Ming snorted coldly. Divinity, transformation realm. Upon hearing this, the disciples who had previously insulted Si Zhe all turned pale and retreated. Since that's the case, there's no need to pretend anymore. Si Zhe smiled, then looked around and shouted, I am a disciple of Taoist Tianjin, a prince of the Tianwei dynasty, Si Zhe. Today, I am here on behalf of my master to issue a challenge. In 3 months, my master will personally arrive at the heavenly repair platform to seek instruction in swordsmanship from Sword Venerable Fu Dao. His voice echoed beneath the sky, audible to the entire city. Someone wanted to challenge Sword Venerable Fu Dao? Han Ming smiled. He was the first sword cultivator to seek instruction from Sword Venerable Fu Dao, reminding him, the Ephemera sect has great cultivators beyond Unification Realm. Does your master have such a level? Si Zhe closed his fan and smiled. Of course, originally my father, the emperor, was going to ask him to deal with the Ephemera sect. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. His tone was arrogant, as if Taoist Tianjin's victory over Sword Venerable Fu Dao was assured, further displeasing the Supreme Sect disciples. An elder appeared beside Si Zhe out of thin air, said a few words using sound transmission skill, causing Si Zhe's face to change slightly. He snorted, let's go. Anyway, the challenge has been issued. Whether or not Sword Venerable Fu Dao accepts, it is his business. He then left with the elder. Guan watched his departing figure, growing cautious. Sword Venerable Fu Dao had just thwarted the Ephemera sect's conspiracy and was at the height of his fame. For someone to dare step forward now, they must be very capable. Guan didn't dwell on it and turned to leave the heavenly repair platform, intending to check on Wu Ju. A month ago, Wu Ju's maximum lifespan had increased again, making Guan even more interested in him and curious about the potential limit of his lifespan. Third Medicine Valley, inside a loft. LV Baitian scoffed. Tianwei is quite ambitious, wanting to suppress the Supreme Sect to seize control over the 9 Nether Road. Though strong, Taoist Tianjin is courting death by coming to the Supreme Sect. A month had passed since Si Zhe issued his challenge, and the upcoming duel had spread throughout the Taicang Immortal cultivation world. Cultivators from various sects and regions were flocking to watch. LV Baitian seized the opportunity to promote the Golden List in various cities. The so-called Golden List was a ranking of the world's most talented individuals under the age of 500, encompassing the 9 dynasties. It caused quite a stir. Guan worriedly asked, will there be internal strife among the sects of the 9 dynasties? You can rest assured, the demon calamity is imminent, and no one dares to act recklessly. Furthermore, the main lineage of the Ephemera sect may cause chaos on the 9 Nether Road. At that time, the sects of the 9 dynasties must unite. Otherwise, one-on-one, none can guarantee the defeat of the main lineage of the Ephemera sect. That's precisely why Tianwei asked Taoist Tianjin to act, in the name of sparring, to suppress us. LV Baitian waved dismissively. Guan asked again, if Sword Venerable Fu Dao kills Taoist Tianjin, won't it trigger a war? Just when Han Ming had come, now another one. Guan couldn't tolerate it. This time, he needed to strike, preventing such troubles from arising continuously. Naturally not. If even Taoist Tianjin is dead, Tianwei will only be more wary of the Supreme Sect. It's best if Sword Venerable Fu Dao slays Taoist Tianjin. LV Baitian snorted, a fierce look on his face. Guan suddenly remembered that this guy had once been impeached by the Hall of Elders due to his tyrannical behavior. LV Baitian's tone shifted. And how is a disciple of Sword Venerable Fu Dao? Do you think his appearance in front of me is a reminder from the Sword Venerable? A reminder of what? A reminder that my position as sect leader is unstable. LV Baitian's eyes turned deep, and his tone became elusive, making it unclear what he was thinking. Guan couldn't help but laugh and said, if that's the case, hasn't Chu Tianchi already perished? LV Baitian asked, do you think he hasn't? And how is exceptionally talented and must be favored by Sword Venerable Fu Dao? If it were you, Would you send your most beloved disciple to a rival to become a sword? Guin felt LV Batian was getting delusional. You have a point. LV Batian smiled. Seeing his smile, Guin's heart skipped a beat. Wait, why was he asking him? LV Batian continued. And Hao's talent is so strong that once he fully grows, it will be easy for him to earn the respect of the entire Supreme Sect, just like that true inheritor. Kid, if you don't become sect leader, the position will be his. Wouldn't that be better? I don't want to be sect leader anyway. Guin shook his head, and LV Batian smiled, saying no more. Then, Guin inquired about Yilan's situation. The first group to venture into the Nine Nether Road had already set off. LV Batian reassured, "Don't worry, I personally instructed the leading elder to take care of her." With the Qinghong sword, Guin could always sense Yilan's situation. However, he would only intervene in her moments of peril. Normally, he didn't want her to be neglected or bullied. The two chatted a while longer. Before leaving, LV Batian left a book. After LV Batian left, Guin picked it up to read. Defying Fate Divine Skill. At dusk, Leah, carrying the North Sea heavy sword, walked to the edge of the heavenly repair platform, gazing at the divine statue of Sword Venerable Fudao with barely hidden excitement in his eyes. Ancestor, the primordial ancestor, is indeed Sword Venerable Fudao. Leah screamed in his heart. The ancestor was also shocked, sighing, "I thought he was the demon of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion." Haha. I told you, our primordial ancestor can't possibly be a demon cultivator. Leah was overjoyed. On his way here, he had already learned about Daoist Tianjian Challenge, so he came to the heavenly repair platform to admire the image of Sword Venerable Fudao, discovering that he was indeed the primordial ancestor of the Li family. He began to look forward to the upcoming duel. "Why don't you go see your junior brother Gu?" the old ancestor's voice teased. Leah replied in his mind, "I won't disturb him. My recent experiences aren't worth sharing. He'll wait until I've mastered the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword. Besides, the Supreme Sect is about to launch the Golden List. I must make a name for myself in the Golden List ceremony." His tone was full of confidence. After consuming the Dragon Image Divine Primordial and learning the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword, his confidence had soared. 7 steps away, a figure approached, also starting to gaze up at the divine statue of Sword Venerable Fudao. Wu Ju. He looked at the divine statue of Sword Venerable Fudao, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Master, you always respected Sword Venerable Fudao? It's a pity you can't witness the upcoming duel." Wu Ju thought silently, contemplating deeply. Gradually, he began to enlighten the path. Leah, after watching for a while, turned to leave. "Wait!" the old ancestor's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 122, The Real Taicang Divine Shocking Sword. What's wrong? Leah asked in his mind, puzzled. He couldn't wait to return to the inner sex cave to cultivate properly and then become famous throughout the world. The voice of the ancestor rang out. "Look at the person next to you. He's actually gaining enlightenment." His tone was heavy, even carrying a hint of shock. Gaining enlightenment? Leah was confused, unable to stop himself from turning his head to look. His gaze quickly fell on Wu Ju. Wu Ju appeared very out of it, starkly different from the energetic disciples of the Supreme Sect around him. Was he gaining enlightenment? What kind of enlightenment? Thinking about a cultivation technique? Leah asked in his heart. The ancestor replied, "Gaining enlightenment is a special state, something one can encounter but not seek. During the process of gaining enlightenment, one can feel the heaven and earth true meaning, which leads to a transformation in both comprehension and physical aptitude. Those who can gain enlightenment, even if only once, can defy fate and rewrite their destiny. Even I have never gained enlightenment. I have only seen a friend of mine who had. If he were still alive, he would undoubtedly be one of the top experts in the 9 dynasties of the immortal cultivation world." So amazing? Leah examined Wu Ju carefully, but couldn't see how Wu Ju was different. He looked quite ordinary, even less impressive than his junior brother Gu. At least his junior brother Gu was handsome and easily likable. The Supreme Sect truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. Not to mention LV Xian and Ji Xiaoyu. The cultivation speed of Enhao is unprecedented in history. Anyway, I've never heard of such a prodigious talent before. Now you encounter someone gaining enlightenment. The younger they are when they gain enlightenment, the greater their potential. This boy looks about your age. In the future, he will probably soar to great heights. The fortune of the Supreme Sect is unstoppable. The ancestor's tone was filled with emotion. He also felt pressured. Remembering his promises to Leah, he was filled with shame. He had promised to help Leah ascend to the peak of immortal cultivation and become #1 in the world. But seeing LV Xian and Ji Xiaoyu and hearing the legends of Enhao, he felt the pressure. The talent of these three was too exaggerated, and their backgrounds far surpassed Li Ya's. The ancestor thought he couldn't provide Leah with an advantage in cultivation resources. It's a good thing that the Supreme Sect is so powerful. With rivals, I have something to look forward to, Leah thought confidently, leaving the ancestor unsure of how to respond. After a long time, the ancestor finally spoke. Just stay nearby. When he wakes up, ask him if he has a master. If not, accept him for me. Huh? I accept him as a disciple? Of course not. He will be my disciple. What do you mean? If he is your disciple, isn't he my ancestor? Be content. Without my help, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to compete with such a genius. The ancestor said rudely. Although Liu was annoyed, he didn't argue back. He began to wait, while contemplating the sword intent of the Taicang Divine shocking sword. He waited for an entire night. The next morning, Wu Ju finally woke up. He had gained enlightenment more than once, so his expression remained calm. He turned to leave, but Leah stopped him. Brother, do you have a master? Leah asked directly. Wu Ju's eyes flashed with coldness. He bypassed Leah and walked toward the stage. Leah blocked him again, which made Wu Ju furious. He raised his hand to push Leah away. Leah's physical body was strong. He was not afraid of this foundation establishment realm cultivator. Wu Ju's right hand pressed against Leah's shoulder. Feeling the strength of his opponent, he clenched his fist and pushed hard. Leah was caught off guard and was pushed back 2 steps. Before he could react, Wu Ju controlled his sword and flew away, making it difficult for Leah to chase him since causing trouble in the city was prohibited. How is this possible? Such great strength! Leah was shocked and bewildered. The ancestor sighed in his heart. It's a pity. Don't chase him. Avoid making enemies. Leah lost his smile. As a core formation realm cultivator, he had been pushed away by a foundation establishment realm cultivator. He had taken the dragon image divine primordial, a treasure pursued by the demon clan. It was too humiliating. No way. I'm still not strong enough. Leah clenched his fists, his arrogance disappearing. In autumn, the outer gate city became bustling with activity. Guan and Wu Ju gathered in an inn, drinking and chatting, waiting for the upcoming battle. Wu Ju was complaining to Gu and about meeting Leah last month. At the mention of Leah, he became furious, feeling that Leah had insulted him. Guan nodded after listening, saying, Indeed, it's quite odd. Asking such a question out of nowhere, never mind. Don't think about him. He is just a passerby in your life. You will become a genius eventually. Why bother with such a small role? Although the person Wu Ju spoke of was a bit despicable, Guan thought it wasn't worth holding a grudge. Wu Ju didn't need to worry about such small matters. When Wu Ju grew up, he couldn't imagine. Would he kill anyone he disliked? He didn't want Wu Ju to become such a person. Wu Ju nodded, saying, Naturally, I won't hold a grudge. I'm just venting to you. You know, you're my only friend. Guan asked, When will you reveal your talent? The inn was crowded. Most people were chatting about sword Venerable Fu Dao and Taoist Tianyin, not paying attention to them. Hearing Guan's question, Wu Ju shook his head. It's fine just like this. He didn't trust others, especially since there had been internal strife in the Supreme Sect before. The former sect leader even conducted a blood sacrifice on his disciples, making him wary of the Supreme Sect. Guan took a storage bag from his waist and handed it to him. Wu Ju was suspicious, took the storage bag, and probed inside with his divine sense. His face turned pale, quickly pushing it back, saying, "Brother Gu, I can't accept this. How do you have so many?" He had always thought Guin was an ordinary, lowly disciple like him, but didn't expect Guin to have so many elixirs. Guin smiled. "I am the Valley Master of Medicine Valley. These are elixirs I have refined. Just accept them. I'm not too eager to become strong. I fear fighting the most. Growing flowers and plants is my joy, so the elixirs suit you better. When you become strong, you must protect me." "But this is too much." Wu Ju hesitated. "You said I'm your only friend. Just accept it. If you feel bad, consider me your elder brother. An elder brother is like a father. As your teacher, I will take good care of you. I have plenty of elixirs." Guin made funny faces, making Wu Ju smile and glare at him. "I'm 2 years older than you. I should be the elder brother. Forget it. Your temperament is not as mature as mine." They began to bicker, and the smile on Wu Ju's face grew wider. In the end, Wu Ju accepted the storage bag, secretly vowing to never let anyone bully Guin in the future. They continued drinking. After 30 minutes, a loud voice echoed through the outer gate city. "I, Taoist Tianjian, have come to challenge the sword Venerable Fu Dao of the Supreme Sect." As the voice fell, a vast, majestic sword intent enveloped the entire outer gate city. Wu Ju's expression changed immediately, turning to look. Guin had already sensed Taoist Tianjian's presence, so he remained unmoved. Taoist Tianjian was indeed very strong, even slightly stronger than the Night Cultivator Fairy of the Ephemeris sect. He was estimated to have the cultivation level of the 4th or 5th layer of the Mystic Heart Realm. Reaching the Mystic Heart Realm, a small realm gap, was difficult to surpass. No wonder Taoist Tianjian dared to come. Guin stood up, saying, "I just remembered I have something to do at the Elixir Hall. I need to quickly get it done so I can watch the battle between Sword Venerable Fu Dao and Taoist Tianjian. They'll come find you afterward." With that, he hurriedly left. Wu Ju didn't have time to stop him. After going downstairs, Wu Ju leaned out the window and shouted, "Hurry up." Guin waved without turning back and quickly disappeared around the street corner. Taoist Tianjian has come. The outer gate city stirred, with more and more cultivators flying out, searching for Taoist Tianjian's figure in the sky. At this moment, a 10-zhang-tall sword, gleaming with white light, descended from the sky and hovered above the south city gate. Atop the sword's hilt stood an elder with the demeanor of an immortal, his hair white, garbed in white robes, with no sword or magic artifact in hand, his arms crossed behind him. He closed his eyes and began waiting. The news spread quickly, and disciples from all directions in Outer Gate City hurried over. LV Baitian brought and Hao to the heavenly repair platform. Soon after, Xian Quan, Gu Zong, and other high-ranking members of the Supreme Sect appeared one by one, and Hao gazed curiously at Taoist Tianjian's figure. He now knew that his master was the sword Venerable Fu Dao of the Supreme Sect. He came specifically to watch the fight, believing his master to be invincible, so he wasn't worried about his master losing. He just wanted to see how Taoist Tianjian would lose. Xian Quan stroked his beard, feeling emotional. Such profound sword intent and deep Dao level, as formidable as ever after 1,000 years. He and Taoist Tianjian were cultivators from the same era, having witnessed Taoist Tianjian's prowess, so he didn't underestimate him. The figures on the heavenly repair platform rapidly multiplied, and the vast platform quickly became crowded. Leah also arrived, standing on a rooftop, observing Taoist Tianjian from afar. Taoist Tianjian's aura was too overwhelming, giving people the feeling of facing an immortal descending to the mortal world, far surpassing the traveler of graceful crane. This made Leah somewhat nervous. "This old guy is something else," Leah remarked in his heart. Indeed, he might be above the unification level. Daring to show up at this critical moment indicates his strong confidence, stronger than I was in my previous life, the ancestor said gravely. "Stronger than you again?" Leah really wanted to retort, but held back. The ancestor could hear his thoughts, causing an awkward silence between them as they waited for Sword Venerable Fudao to appear. Prince Sijia from Tianwei ascended the heavenly repair platform, smiling. Everyone, watch closely. Witness the first sword of Tianwei. See what it means to be the sword immortal of mortal world. Hearing his words, the disciples of the Supreme Sect were displeased, but the presence of Taoist Tianjian was too strong. Under his watchful eyes, they didn't dare speak boldly. Time passed. Xinjin also came. She stood on a rooftop, taking out a pen and paper, eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Taoist Tianjian. Meanwhile, Guan had already moved to a forest. Sitting under a tree, he pondered how to defeat Taoist Tianjian. Rarely taking action, it had to be a grand display under so many eyes. Guan looked at the leaf in his hand, then suddenly threw it to the ground, muttering, "Never mind, just let them witness the real Taicang Divine shocking sword." Chapter 123, Number 1 in the World. In the outer gate city, Taoist Tianjian stood motionless on a giant sword of white light. The autumn wind made his robe, white hair, and beard flutter, making him look transcendent as if he could ascend to immortality at any moment. The eaves of every building in the city were crowded with disciples, not only of the Supreme Sect, but also cultivators from other sects and families, all eager to see who was the greatest sword master of the time. Billowing dark clouds surged from the horizon, swiftly covering the entire city, increasing the tension. Everyone dared not speak loudly, only whispering to each other. Wu Ju stood on an eave, facing the wind. The wind grew stronger, forcing him to cultivate energy to keep his hair from blocking his vision. What a powerful presence, truly like that of an immortal. Why hasn't Sword Venerable Fudao appeared yet? This battle can't be avoided. Even the Prince of Tianwei has come to challenge us. Don't worry, the Venerable will definitely come. Even the mad swordsman of Great you had to wait for a while when he challenged him before. What's the hurry? A good show needs to be savored. Listening to the discussions around him, Wu Ju's eyes were filled with longing. He wondered when he would achieve such prestige. In the future, he too wanted to have such a widely anticipated duel with the top experts of the time. He hoped his opponent would be Sword Venerable Fudao. Boom! The dark clouds suddenly changed and thunder roared. A majestic celestial force descended, enveloping the outer gate city. "He's here," Xin Quan said softly, drawing the eyes of those around him. And Hao was particularly excited, clenching his fists. Taoist Tianjian, standing on the giant sword of white light, also opened his eyes. He looked up at the boundless thunderclouds. The thunderclouds covered the entire sky, with lightning bolts like writhing dragons, making countless cultivators feel the pressure, as if a great catastrophe was impending. Thunder roared continuously, and the wind howled through the heavens and earth. Taoist Tianjian stood on the hilt of his sword, his white robe flaring like white flames burning fiercely. "Sword Venerable Fudao, why do you not show yourself? Is this how the Supreme Sect treats its guests?" His voice echoed, cold and indifferent. On the heavenly repair platform, Han Ming sneered. He didn't even get to meet Sword Venerable Fudao back then. And now you think you can? Just wait to be defeated. Shenzhen had already sketched the figure of Taoist Tianjian. She took out another sheet of paper and continued to draw, first capturing the oppressive scene of the sky filled with thunderclouds. "Face your demise with your strongest swordsmanship." A deep, hoarse voice rang out, making Leah and Hao incredibly excited. It was the voice of the primordial ancestor. It was the voice of the master. All the cultivators in the city held their breath. It was the first time they had heard the voice of Sword Venerable Fudao, and they were all shocked by its domineering tone. Absolute confidence, absolute dominance. This was the Sword Venerable Fudao of the Supreme Sect. Taoist Tianjian's eyes sharpened, and a vast sword intent burst from within him, sweeping across the sky above the outer gate city, forming a vast sea of swords. The brilliant sword light, crystal-like starlight, illuminated everyone's face. At a glance, it looked like a galaxy transversing above the outer gates city, astonishing everyone. What kind of sword intent was this? Was this a realm achievable through cultivation? In the galaxy formed by the condensed sword intent, countless sword shadows began to coalesce, all pointing skyward, their edges gleaming sharply. At the same time, the thunderclouds above intensified in their churning, quickly forming a giant face, with only its facial features visible, leaving the true visage unseen. It looked like an immortal deity, gazing down upon the entire outer gate city. In front of this giant face, everyone seemed insignificant, including the galaxy of sword intent created by Taoist Tianjian. Everyone's hearts raced as they looked at the massive face that occupied most of the sky, feeling an inexplicable sense of awe. Taoist Tianjian frowned, raising his right hand and placing 2 fingers to his lips. He began cultivating energy, and white flames of sword intent gathered around him, wind swirling around his body. His aura reached its peak, even startling the city's protection array to activate, forming a giant light shield to protect the entire city, with him floating just at its edge. The ground trembled, mountains swayed. The distant Mystic Valley was alarmed, making all the servant disciples turn their heads. Chu Jingfeng quickly reached the mountaintop, gazing afar at the rolling thunderclouds on the horizon, as if a great calamity was imminent. Not only from Mystic Valley, but even from the distant Tianyao Valley, people were also alarmed. Iluyun, meditating on a mountaintop, squinted towards the distance, his hands tightly clenched in his sleeves. At this moment, this seeker of the sword Dao felt his insignificance. On the heavenly repair platform, the Prince of Tianwei, Si Zhe, also became tense. Although sword Venerable Fu Dao had yet to appear, the giant face in the sky was so terrifying that even he couldn't imagine what kind of power could crush the oppressive might of this giant face. Heavenly sword, rise. In the still and oppressive heaven and earth, Taoist Tianjian's voice suddenly rang out, like the first ray of light piercing through chaos, invigorating everyone's spirits. Taoist Tianjian thrust his right hand towards the sky, causing countless sword shadows floating in the galaxy of sword intent to rise together, converging, grand and spectacular. At this moment, the giant face in the sky suddenly opened its third eye on its forehead. A sword light shot out from the third eye, seeming like the light of the heavenly Tao, descending with unparalleled celestial might. Boom! The 2 terrifying sword intents collided in midair, causing the world to resonate. Countless cultivators' senses trembled, their visions blurred, and various noises filled their ears. Their divine senses felt a burning sensation, instinctively retreating. Mystic Heart, LV Batian muttered as he gazed up at the unparalleled battle. His face was illuminated by 2 kinds of strong light, divided into upper and lower layers. The light below was silvery white, while the light above was dimmer, yet continually devoured the silvery white light below. Taoist Tianjian's expression changed dramatically. His opponent's sword intent far exceeded his expectations. Impossible! Could he not be of the Mystic Heart realm? He thought in disbelief. At this moment, the sword light from the third eye of the giant face suddenly grew stronger, shattering his sword intent and descending upon him with a speed surpassing lightning. His white hair and robe flared. He stared with wide eyes, his body turning rigid. In his pupils, a figure could be vaguely seen gazing down at him as if an immortal deity watching over an ant. In the eyes of all onlookers, Taoist Tianjian's sword intent lasted only for the span of 2 breaths before it was instantly shattered. The vast galaxy of sword lights was crushed, forming countless silver fragments floating inside and outside the city. The scene was so visually overwhelming that cultivators of all realms were moved. Xian Quan's eyes widened, his heart churning with waves of shock. He had the highest realm and saw everything clearly. The gap between Sword Venerable Fu Dao and Daoist Tianjian was immense. Daoist Tianjian was no match for Sword Venerable Fu Dao at all. He could even confirm that when Sword Venerable Fu Dao first attacked, he deliberately held back. Otherwise, he could have killed Daoist Tianjian in an instant. Daoist Tianjian first showcased his strong sword intent to emphasize how terrifying Sword Venerable Fu Dao's sword was. At least Xian Quan was frightened, unable to fathom the true strength of Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Sija's pupils dilated, and his face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Daoist Tianjian. Before Sword Venerable Fu Dao acted, Daoist Tianjian was the number one in the world in his eyes. Yet this number one in the world had been defeated so utterly. The mad swordsman of Great Yu, Han Ming, fell into a stupor. The strength demonstrated by Sword Venerable Fu Dao made him feel ashamed, realizing how overconfident he had been before, and Hao smiled broadly, trying to suppress his urge to cheer. Li stood on the eaves, dumbstruck by what he saw. Shenzhen quickly regained her composure and swiftly sketched the scene of Daoist Tianjian's dreadful defeat. The wind howled as Daoist Tianjian fell backward. His mystic heart was shattered, and his primordial spirit was continuously breaking apart. It was hopeless, and he couldn't even speak anymore. Yet, his face showed a satisfied smile. The number one sword in the world. I have witnessed it. Daoist Tianjian's eyelids grew heavier. His gaze remained fixed on the giant face in the sky. Even when he closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. With a thud, Daoist Tianjian's body fell in front of the South City gate, stirring up a cloud of dust. The overwhelming oppressive force covering the entire world dissipated, and the giant face formed of thunderclouds in the sky vanished as well. Boom! The entire city shook. The sounds of uproar and exclamations erupted like thunder from a clear sky. Everyone became excited, the cheers, shouts, and exclamations merging into a deafening roar. My heavens! It ended with one strike? Ha ha! I told you, Sword Venerable Fu Dao couldn't be defeated. The gap is too vast. Actually, Daoist Tianjian is really strong. Before Sword Venerable Fu Dao acted, I really thought he was the number one in the world. Yes, that vast sword intent even made my sword want to unsheath. Listening to the voices from every direction, Wu Ju also felt excited. It was a pity Guan wasn't around. He wouldn't be able to express his emotions alone. Just then, he saw Guan leap up from the street, hurrying toward him. Seeing this, Wu Ju's face immediately broke into an excited smile. My heavens, did you see that just now? It was incredible. Guan hurried to Wu Ju, excitedly exclaiming. Wu Ju responded enthusiastically. I saw it. I saw it. He grabbed Guan, starting to exclaim in awe, just as excited as the others in the city. On the heavenly repair platform, LV Baitian looked at Gu Zong and instructed, increase the publicity for the Golden List Assembly. The top rank can get the Supreme Sect's secret manual of divine skills. Gu Zong nodded, unable to suppress the smile on his face. LV Baitian then turned to another elder, saying, initiate the plan for the world's first sword society. Start spreading the word. The top 10 in the world can observe Sword Venerable Fu Dao's sword intent and obtain his Sword Dao legacy. The elder nodded, but suddenly thought of something, hesitating to speak. There were too many people around. Some things couldn't be asked directly. The entire Outer Gate city was even more bustling than during the New Year, or rather, the city had never been this lively before. Stroking his beard, Xian Quan gazed out and sighed. The Supreme Sect is destined to rise. And Hao closed his eyes, carefully savoring Sword Venerable Fu Dao's earlier strike. Mysteriously, he seemed to grasp something, falling into deep contemplation. As if sensing something, Xian Quan suddenly turned to look at Hao, as did everyone else. When they saw Hao's state, they were all moved. This boy. Chapter 124 Lifespan of 2 million years. Inside the inn. Guan and Wu Ju finally found a seat. After sitting down, they continued to discuss the intense battle they had just witnessed. Though it was brief, it was enough to make all the spectators' blood boil with excitement. Guan smiled in agreement, feeling a slight tinge of regret. Killing Daoist Tianjian would only grant 10 years of lifespan, because Daoist Tianjian had less than 200 years left to live when he chose to take his own life. Daoist Tianjian probably reached the mystic heart realm long ago, but 700 years ago, he likely realized there was no hope for his cultivation to increase further, so he secluded himself in the deep mountains. Unfortunately, after sitting for 700 years, he still couldn't find the path. This time, Daoist Tianjian came seeking death. Guan didn't dwell on it. His attention was soon drawn to Enhao on the heavenly repair platform. Enhao was actually achieving path enlightenment. The inner sect elders surrounded him, protecting him. Good lad. Guan felt comforted. The stronger Enhao became, the happier he was. Enhao was his true disciple. Unlike the disciples of Medicine Valley, the more powerful Enhao became, the more pride Guan felt. With so many great cultivators protecting him, Guan was relieved. He withdrew his thoughts and focused on drinking and laughing with Wu Ju. Before long, a figure approached and sat beside Guan. She nonchalantly handed him a drawing. "What do you think? How is the drawing?" Shenzhen asked with a smile. Guan took a careful look. In the painting, Daoist Tianjian stood with arms spread wide, enduring the sword light descending from the sky. The dark and fierce style of the painting gave a sense of tragic beauty. "Not bad, as expected from you," Guan praised casually. Shenzhen pouted, sensing his perfunctory tone. Wu Ju hesitated and asked, "Brother Gu, who is this?" Although Shenzhen wore a veil, her attire and features indicated she must be a beauty and of high status. Guan smiled and said, "This lady is named Shenzhen. Like me, you can address her as Ms. Shen." He then introduced Wu Ju to Shenzhen. Seeing Shenzhen's indifferent attitude, Guan reminded her, "My brother here is no ordinary person. He will someday make a name for himself in the Supreme Sect. Don't talk nonsense." Wu Ju interrupted hastily, his face turning red. Really, Shenzhen couldn't help but reassess Wu Ju, making him even more uncomfortable. Guan laughed. "Come, let's drink and chat." In his view, Wu Ju was destined to showcase his talents, and Shenzhen, being a holy daughter of a major sect, would eventually cross paths with him. Meeting earlier would help them look after each other in the future. Shenzhen also started talking about the earlier battle, eagerly leading the conversation, while Guan continued to play the role of the agreeing listener, and Wu Ju became increasingly ill at ease, managing only to smile politely. After 30 minutes, Shenzhen stood up to leave, intending to paint more scenes of the earlier battle. After she left, Wu Ju finally breathed a sigh of relief. Guan teased him, "Why are you so nervous? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to her." "Nonsense. That lady clearly has her heart set on you. As your brother, how could I have improper thoughts? I just don't know how to talk to women. You know well, you're my only friend." Wu Ju glared at him, quite serious. "Here we go again. You're my only friend." Guan shook his head and laughed. Having one more friend means having one more path. Walking alone in the immortal cultivation world is tiring. "I know. It's just that I'm not good at making friends. Then what about us? We hit it off right away. It wasn't about making friends. It was destiny." "Hey, you brat. You sure know how to talk to me." Guan laughed heartily. With him, Wu Ju was confident and not the least bit nervous. They talked until dusk before parting ways. Guan then went back to Mystic Valley to see his disciples. He noticed Chu Jingfeng sitting silently on the mountaintop and decided not to disturb him. If Chu Jingfeng could achieve path enlightenment, it would be a good thing. However, path enlightenment wasn't easy, and Hao and Wu Ju were once-in-millennium talents. Not everyone could compare to them. After spending an hour in Mystic Valley, Guan visited the Third Medicine Valley. The Third Medicine Valley was much livelier than Mystic Valley, as it had 10 times the number of disciples. Guan chatted with the disciples for a while before returning to his loft, preparing to read and soothe his mind. Deep into the night, footsteps could be heard outside the door. Soon, a voice came in. "Valley Master, I have something to discuss with you." Lu Lingjun. She even used the sound transmission skill. Guan put down the supreme secret records in his hands, placing the investiture of the gods over it. He spoke, "Come in." Lu Lingjun pushed open the door and, after closing it, cast a restriction on the door. Guan was astonished, looking at Lu Lingjun in surprise. Lu Lingjun turned around, walked to the table, raised her hand in salute to Guan, and said, "Valley Master, I deeply apologize for hiding something from you before." "Your cultivation level?" Guan asked nervously. Lu Lingjun said, "Truthfully, I'm at the Void Crossing Realm." "Void Crossing Realm." Guan stood up abruptly. Lu Lingjun quickly said, "Valley Master, I mean no harm. Listen to me first." Upon hearing this, Guan's expression changed several times before he slowly sat down. Seeing Guan sit down, Lu Lingjun smiled and said, "I hid my cultivation level because I don't know much about the Taicang dynasty. I come from a very far place. While exploring a great powers cave, I encountered a mysterious formation and got transported here. Unable to find my way back, I decided to settle in the Supreme Sect. I hope the Valley Master could help introduce me." Guan asked in surprise, "With your cultivation level, you can openly join the Supreme Sect. Why need my introduction?" "The Supreme Sect has strict rules. With my cultivation level, I can only become a guest elder, which means years of waiting. I noticed the Valley Master has connections. With your help, I could avoid decades of struggle," Lu Lingjun said seriously. As she spoke, she took out 3 bottles from her sleeve and said, "These are heavenly spirit water as a token of gratitude. I hope the Valley Master likes them." Seeing this, Guan's expression turned stern. "This is nonsense. If you do this, it will seem as if I only helped you because of your gift. What would people think of me?" He gathered the 3 bottles in front of him. Lu Lingjun laughed and said, "How could that be? These heavenly spirit waters are only to thank the Valley Master for your care during this time." "I see. You've been thoughtful." Guan smiled with satisfaction and then motioned Lu Lingjun to sit down. He began to explain some matters to her, mainly about the structure of the Supreme Sect, pointing out the importance of family influence to avoid making enemies. Initially, Lu Lingjun didn't take it seriously, but as she listened, she realized Guan was genuinely considering her situation, and she became earnest. Autumn passed, and winter came, covering the 3rd Medicine Valley in snow. On this day, LV Baitian came to visit Gu, and seeing his figure, Lu Lingjun knew her opportunity had arrived. Guan didn't disappoint her. Half an hour later, Guan and LV Baitian came downstairs, and Guan waved to Lu Lingjun from afar. She quickly approached them, and LV Baitian sized her up and said, "Guan has told me everything. Follow me to get your disciple token replaced." Lu Lingjun immediately thanked LV Baitian and bowed to Guan. Guan smiled and nodded, then watched them fly away. Xiaochuan came over, astonished, and asked, "Why did Lu Lingjun leave? Didn't you notice she flew very fast?" Guan asked, then turned to leave. Xiaochuan was puzzled and followed him, asking, "What do you mean? Wasn't it that elder who flew her away?" Xiaochuan, "Yes, senior brother. Sometimes having a big heart is a good thing. Keep it that way." Huh? Guan ignored Xiaochuan and walked towards the heavenly spirit pond. Watching the carp in the pond had become one of his pleasures. Earlier, LV Baitian had sought him to discuss the Golden List Conference and the world's first sword society. Not wanting to exhaust himself with future military strategies, he hadn't offered many opinions, so LV Baitian hadn't stayed long. The coming days should be peaceful for many years. Guan thought to himself. In the cold winter, the news of Sword Venerable Fudao killing Taoist Tianjin with a single strike began to spread across the 9 dynasties, and the Supreme Sect used this momentum to negotiate with other dynasties to expand their influence. Though the process was difficult, the Supreme Sect's high-ranking officials didn't feel tired. From top to bottom, everyone felt a surge of energy, knowing that the supreme sect was on the rise. With the strongest cultivator in the world backing them, how could the supreme sect not dominate the 9 dynasties? Years flew by. 5 years passed swiftly, and 67-year-old Guan walked out from the elixir hall. He paused at the entrance, looking back, and sighed gently. Zhu Qinglu was no longer there, having retired. Though the new elder was very respectful to him, Guan still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Old friends were gone, and new people had arrived. Guan turned back and blended into the bustling street. In 5 years, the supreme sect had risen, evident from the increasing number of disciples in the Outer Gate City. The Golden List Conference had become famous worldwide, and in 5 years, it would be held at the supreme sect. It was said that the supreme sect invited 100 clans from the 9 dynasties to lead the event, which would attract more and more geniuses to participate in the future. Guan suspected that the Ji family and the Gu family had contributed significantly, but of course, other families also wanted to invest in the supreme sect. Having more paths to tread was always beneficial. As Guan walked through the streets, he could hear the discussions of disciples passing by. Many famous talents' names filled his ears, with Anhao being mentioned the most frequently. Last year, Anhao went down the mountain to gain experience and developed a grudge with the demon path. Using his core formation realm cultivation, he killed a nascent soul realm great cultivator, making a name for himself in the immortal cultivation world. The title of the supreme sect's top genius was firmly placed on Anhao's head, with no one able to challenge it. As for LV although he was the champion of the 100 Clans Conference, those clans were high above the world and didn't engage directly with the immortal cultivation world. In the past 5 years, Gu An's days had been very calm, but his lifespan had increased by over 700,000 years, surpassing 2 million years. The goal of 10 million years no longer seemed so distant, leaving him motivated and never feeling tired or bored. "Brother Gu, long time no see." A voice came from around the corner of the street. Guan turned to see the Jueshan sect's genius, Zhou Tongyu, approaching. Behind Zhou Tongyu was an elder who was plump, holding a feather fan, looking quite endearing. Before Zhou Tongyu reached Guan, Lu Lingjun appeared out of thin air in front of him. Years ago, after she followed LV Baitian, Lu Lingjun returned the next day. She was now an inner sect elder, but her task was to protect Guan. This had frustrated her for a long time. If not for fearing sword venerable Fudao, she would have long ago unsheathed her sword against LV Baitian. Chapter 125. Golden List Note. Ghost in the Night. The person behind him is not simple. Lu Lingjun used the sound transmission skill to remind Guan, her gaze bypassing Zhou Tongyu to look at the fat elder behind him. Guan had already seen the opponent's cultivation level, but still cast a lifespan detection. Zhou Li, Unification Realm, 7th layer 1478/3000/3100, surname Zhou again. Guan was curious. When Zhou Tongyu came last time, there was no great cultivator following him. Zhou Tongyu looked at Lu Lingjun and smiled. "Brother Gu, it's been many years, and you have experts protecting you. It seems you have done quite well these years." Guan smiled and asked, "I wonder if Brother Zhou is here to participate in the Golden List tournament this time?" "Indeed, this time, I aim to take the top spot and become famous. What do you say, a spar at your Medicine Valley?" Zhou Tongyu asked with burning eyes. Although it had been many years, Gu An's cultivation level was still mediocre, but he felt Gu and had his strengths. Guan shook his head and said, "Forget it, I won't ask for trouble now. Supreme Sect is full of geniuses these days. You should find someone else." "Haha, I came early to visit after hearing of Anhao's fame. Since you are unwilling, I will go find Anhao now," Zhou Tongyu said laughingly. After speaking, he turned and left. Zhou Li, in the Unification Realm 7th layer, smiled and nodded at Lu Lingjun, then followed Zhou Tongyu. After they had walked away, Lu Lingjun turned around and asked, "A nascent soul realm cultivator wants to spar with you?" Zhou Tongyu had already achieved the nascent soul realm and did not conceal his aura at all. At that time, he suppressed his cultivation level to spar with me, and I slightly had the upper hand, Guan said, pretending to be proud. Lu Lingjun chuckled and said, I didn't think you had this skill. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. After 5 years together, they were already familiar, lacking formalities. Of course, she still had grievances regarding LV Baishan's arrangements, so her attitude towards Guan was not as respectful as before. What are you saying? Am I not handsome? A bit handsome, good enough to be a cauldron for a female demon. Cough, cough, you're a female cultivator. Please mind your words. Guan gave Lu Lingjun a sidelong glance and then walked forward. Since Lu Lingjun was sent back, her temperament had changed, and Guan felt awkward. Knowing he was at fault, he could only compromise. Blame LV Baitian. What kind of arrangement was this? Guan didn't need Lu Lingjun's protection. Fortunately, Lu Lingjun was also slack. The reason she came to the outer sect today was for her matter, and she just accompanied him. Lu Lingjun looked at Gu An's back, snorted, and then walked in another direction. Guan prepared to visit Wu Ju. He found that there were many great cultivators in the city, most of them hiding their cultivation level. It seemed that the Golden List tournament would cause trouble. If the Supreme Sect succeeded, it would be easier to host such tournaments in the future, and other sects would not sit idly by. Guan was not worried at all. Besides Xianquan, another Supreme Elder had recently returned to the Supreme Sect, whose cultivation was slightly weaker than Xianquan, but still in the Mystic Heart Realm. With 2 Mystic Heart Realm Elders guarding, it would not be easy for other sects to shake Supreme Sect. In 30 minutes, Guan arrived at Wu Ju's courtyard. Wu Ju was practicing punches in the yard, without mobilizing spiritual power, only practicing moves. Bare-chested, he looked very strong, and each punch could shake the space. Wu Ju Foundation Establishment Realm, 9th layer 69/350/3500. His maximum lifespan had increased again. Guan noticed that whenever he did not check on Wu Ju for more than 2 months, Wu Ju would gain enlightenment. In 1 year, he visited every month, but Wu Ju could not gain enlightenment. After enlightenment, Wu Ju emitted a solitary, lonely aura. This made Guan have odd thoughts. Could it be that as long as Wu Ju is neglected, he will gain enlightenment? He decided not to check on him for the next year and see how far Wu Ju could gain enlightenment. Guan hoped that Wu Ju would catch up with Anhao. This way, Anhao would have more rivals and not become overly arrogant. Smooth sailing was not always good. Seeing Guan, Wu Ju glanced at him without making a sound. Look what good thing I brought you. Gu An's voice came. Upon hearing, Wu Ju reluctantly walked towards Guan and asked, What good thing? Guan took out an invitation from his storage bag, with golden edges and a red background, engraved with 4 large characters. Golden List Tournament. How do you have this? Wu Ju asked in surprise. The Golden List Tournament was not for everyone. Participants needed certain fame and had to pay 10 top-grade spirit stones for an invitation. The reward for the Golden List Tournament were also very rich. The top 100 winners all received prizes, with higher ranks yielding better rewards. Wu Ju had naturally heard of it and envied those talents. Guan smiled proudly and said, I put in a lot of effort, but with my cultivation level, it's useless to participate. Wu Ju shook his head. Guan comforted him. Don't worry. The Golden List Tournament compares talent, not cultivation level. As long as your strength in the same realm is strong enough, you can stand out. Really? Since he set the rules, how could it not be true? Guan thought to himself. Wu Ju lacked resources. Staying hidden was not a solution. In reality, Wu Ju wanted to stand out, but was too shy to ask for help. Wu Ju accepted the invitation, hugged Guan, patted him heavily on the back, and then grabbed his shoulders, saying, Brother, I won't talk much, but I promise not to disgrace you. Having gained enlightenment several times, Wu Ju could feel his changes, developing confidence that was slowly altering his personality. Confidence of a strong person. Guan smiled and said, There are still 5 years. You must focus on cultivation. I won't see you again for the next 5 years. Wu Ju was startled. Why? Well, we'll keep you busy for 5 years. It's a sect matter, not convenient to discuss. Guan shook his head. Could it be because of this invitation? Wu Ju suddenly felt the Golden List tournament invitation in his hand was heavy. He hesitated. Guan reminded, besides the sunset fist, don't forget to practice the Gale Shadowless leg. It will make you faster. Wu Ju nodded heavily. This time at the Golden List tournament, he swore to make a name for himself. At the end of summer, in Mystic Valley, Guan lay under a tree, one hand under his head, the other holding a book, reading with relish. A figure came before him, looking down at him. It was Leah. Leah still carried a heavy sword, wore a fitted black outfit, his long hair tied behind his head with a blue ribbon, revealing a determined and handsome face. Cough, cough, Junior Brother Gu. Leah feigned a cough. Supreme Secret Records. He didn't expect Junior Brother Gu to read it too. Also, with the same name, he must feel immersed. Leah thought silently. Guan quickly stood up, putting the Supreme Secret Records into his bosom. He already sensed Li Ya's presence, but since Leah practiced an energy-concealing sorcery, he pretended not to know. Senior Brother Li, why are you here? Guan asked, pretending to be pleasantly surprised. Leah replied, I've been back for several years, planning to go to Cangzhou, then return to participate in the Golden List tournament. Guan sighed. So busy, Senior Brother Li. You must be very powerful now. Leah raised his chin, full of spirit. Not very powerful, but getting the top 10 at the Golden List tournament is not difficult. Deserving of Senior Brother Li, the pride of our Mystic Valley. Indeed. Haven't you been injured over the years? Of course not. Since I parted ways with you, I haven't bled. Your senior is not the same as before, Leah said seriously. Such a show-off. Guan wished Leah would call him Grand Ancestor. Leah took out 2 items from his storage bag, an invitation and a long wooden box. This is an invitation to the Golden List tournament. You should participate. This box contains 10,000 year with spirit ginseng. With 5 years to digest it, your spiritual power can change dramatically, helping you achieve a good ranking, Leah explained. Guan was stunned. Leah directly put them in his arms, saying, Don't refuse, or he'll be angry. After saying that, he let go, and Guan quickly caught them. Chapter 126, Immortal King Crown. Evil Emperor Guan threw lifespan detection at the 13 figures in the forest one after another, and found that the cultivation levels of these 13 people were the same, all at the 3rd level of the unification realm, and their ages were also the same. They all had the surname Li. Guan could not help but think of the 9 Nether 13 evil that had alarmed the immortal cultivation world before. What were these people doing at the Supreme Sect? There were still a few years left before the Golden List Conference. Seeing that they were not moving quickly, Guan did not hurry to stop them, wanting to see what these guys were up to. That large coffin attracted Guan's attention. His divine sense probed into the coffin and found a skeleton. The skeleton emitted a bizarre feeling, and there was a dark golden crown on its head. The crown's gemstones had disappeared, leaving several grooves, yet it still seemed extraordinary. About half an hour passed. 13 figures all stopped in unison. The leader, Li Shoyo, turned around and waved his hand. The 4 people carrying the large coffin followed suit and put it down, then began to open it. Just as the cover of the coffin was about to open, a hand suddenly pressed down on it. The 13 people all looked at the end of the coffin, only to see Guan standing there, shrouded in dark purple demonic chi, his right hand pressing down on the coffin lid. The forest fell into silence. These 13 people did not run and did not attack. The other 12 all looked at Li Shoyo. Their entire bodies were pitch black, like ghostly shadows, their true appearances unclear and their emotions indiscernible. Li Shoyo nodded slightly, then knelt down. Seeing this, the other 12 followed suit and knelt down. The 9 Nether 13 evil pay respects to Sword Venerable Fudao, Li Shoyo said in a deep voice, not loud, but clearly articulated. Guan was surprised. Were these people specifically looking for him? No wonder their actions were strange, not like invaders. Guan spoke. Give me a reason not to destroy you. These 13 should be ghost cultivators, shrouded in ghostly energy, but still possessing human chi blood and vitality. Li Shoyo answered. We are the 9 Nether 13 evil, sent by the ghost mother of ephemera, to present the immortal king crown to Sword Venerable Fudao, to help the venerable return to the position of land immortal. Ghost mother of ephemera? Guan was even more astonished. The cultivation level of the ghost mother of ephemera was even one small realm lower than the 9 Nether 13 evil. How could she command these people? Why? Guan asked. He did not sense any hostility from these 13, indicating they might not be lying. Li Shoyo responded. This is the ghost mother's command. The name of the evil emperor did not sound like anything good. And still playing dead, hiding in a coffin, clearly harboring a world-shattering plot. Guan raised his hand, and the immortal king crown flew into his hand. He did not grab it directly, but instead attached spiritual power to the immortal king crown, avoiding physical contact. He looked at Li Shoyo and asked, Do you know the evil emperor? Upon hearing this, Li Shoyo was momentarily stunned, then quickly said, To be honest, this skeleton is indeed the remains of the evil emperor. 5,000 years ago, there was internal strife within the ephemera sect, and the evil emperor was plotted against by a villain, poisoned, and unable to gather spiritual power. In desperation, he put on the immortal king crown and was instantly drained of vitality, turning into a skeleton. As a result, the immortal king crown was listed as a forbidden artifact by the ephemera sect, and no one dared to touch it. In that case, why do you dare to bring this thing to me? Gu An's tone revealed bone-chilling, killing intent. Li Shoyo said calmly, If one masters the Taicang Divine shocking sword, the immortal king crown would recognize its master upon sensing the sword intent. The one who created the crown is the same person who created the Taicang Divine shocking sword. Gu then continued to ask, What is the relationship between the ghost mother of ephemera and the evil emperor? The ghost mother is a descendant of the evil emperor. Why would she bring her ancestors' remains to me? Isn't she afraid of offending me? The ghost mother hates her own bloodline. When she was young, her father turned her into an evil ghost, so she looked for the descendants of the Li family. The Li family has nothing to do with her bloodline. The founding ancestor of the Li family was only a disciple of the ephemera sect. She wants others who inherit the Taicang Divine shocking sword to seize the position of sect hierarch of the ephemera sect and complete her revenge. How dare you be certain you could find me? The ghost mother said that as long as we approach the outer gate city where the heavenly repair platform is located, you would detect us, even if we concealed our cultivation levels because of the vast difference in cultivation levels. The energy concealing sorcery used by Li Shoyo and the others was indeed formidable, and only Gu and could see through it. Until now, they had not revealed a trace of their aura. Guan continued his questioning, and Li Shoyo answered one by one. After half an hour, Guan pondered, I will accept the immortal king crown. You can leave now. Li Shoyo flipped his hand and took out a short flute, saying, This is the 9 Nether flute. As long as you blow it, we will come at once, waiting for your command. From now on, you are the sect hierarch of the ephemera sect, at least in our hearts. Guan raised his hand to take it, then used divine sense to inspect it. After confirming that there were no surveillance or reverse tracking restrictions inside, he put it into his storage bag. He jumped down from the coffin, signaling the 9 Nether 13 evil to leave. The 9 Nether 13 evil all saluted him before lifting the coffin and leaving. Guan did not immediately return to the valley, but instead sat cross-legged under the tree, placing the immortal king crown in front of him. According to Li Shoyo, tens of thousands of years ago, there was an immortal dynasty in a mortal world where everyone could practice immortal cultivation. At that time, there was no emperor, and the ruler of the Immortal dynasty called himself the Immortal King, ruling over land immortals and gods. Later, the Immortal dynasty met with calamity, with continuous natural disasters, cultivators encountering heart demons one after another, plagues spreading, leading to its extinction in just 10 years. The Immortal King survived, but the Immortal dynasty no longer existed. He did not dare to call himself an immortal anymore, not challenging the heavens' might. In the following years, his descendants founded the Ephemeris sect, with one of the hierarchs creating the Taicang Divine shocking sword. The sword intent shocked the heavens, bringing about a heavenly tribulation, hence its name. This hierarch believed he had reached the realm of his ancestor, the Immortal King, but still could not achieve immortality. So, as his life was reaching its end, he forged the Immortal King crown with his own cultivation. This crown contained the power of the Immortal King. Successive hierarchs studied it, but couldn't subjugate it, only bringing misfortune upon themselves. Gu then used divine sense to probe the Immortal King crown, but even with a Mahayana realm 9th layer's cultivation, he could not penetrate it. He dared not test it with his own sword intent. Even if Ushoyo was telling the truth, this method might not be genuine. After all, no one had succeeded before. After much thought, Guin felt that this item was too dangerous to keep around. He stood up, used the limitless freedom step, and quickly arrived at the North Sea Mountain. He dove directly to the bottom of the North Sea, buried the Immortal King crown and the short flute in the seabed, and set restrictions on them. He planned to research them after breaking through several major levels in the future. After all, Guin did not need to rely on the power of the Immortal King crown. After finishing everything, Guin quickly returned to Mystic Valley and continued celebrating with his disciples. After the 9, nether 13 evil left, Guin's life returned to peace, and no one came to disturb him again. 3 years quickly passed. Guin reached 70 years of age. One day, in Taicang Valley, Guin just finished picking medicinal herbs, feeling good, and personally took the herbs to the storehouse. As he exited the door, he saw LV Xian approaching. Seeing him, LV Xian's expression immediately became unnatural. Since being defeated by Guin, he had been cultivating madly, with his cultivation level soaring. Now he had reached the 6th layer of the nascent soul realm. 99 years old and a 6th layer nascent soul. Very impressive, but LV Xian felt frustrated. Despite consuming so many elixirs, he still couldn't break through to the divinity transformation realm before 100 years old. Are you participating in the Golden List Conference? LV Xian asked as he drew near. Guin replied with a smile. Why should I participate? My talent is so poor that attending would only bring embarrassment. LV Xian's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and said, I plan to participate. One night 3 years ago, I suddenly felt much less pressure. These past 3 years, I haven't been affected by heart demons or dreams. I might as well participate in the Golden List Conference to relax. Relax? Others were probably in for a tough time. Guin inwardly mocked, then sensed the residual soul aura within LV Xian. One residual soul was missing. Previously, there were 7 souls. Now only 6 remained. 3 years ago at night, Guin suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the evil emperor also left residual souls within LV Xian? This did not make sense. How could the evil emperor and LV Xian be related? The evil emperor was a long-dead hierarch of the Ephemeris sect, while LV Xian was the biological son of LV Baitian. Wait, could LV Baitian have a connection with the Ephemeris sect? Chapter 127, Path of Returning Primordial Spirit. Completely becoming a dragon Gu and was merely puzzled and had no intention of investigating LV Baitian or LV Xian. No matter what these people's identities were or what conspiracy they might have, as long as it didn't affect him, he couldn't be bothered to care. The hearts of the people in this world were unpredictable. To investigate each one would be exhausting. Guan and LVCN started to chat idly. Now, LVCN was very respectful towards him and didn't dare to be even a little frivolous. They chatted for quite a while before Gu and finally left. Everyone in the valley was already used to him not spending the night in Tinya Valley. After Guan left, LVCN found Yi Luyun and began to spar in combat, preparing for the Golden Ranking Tournament. There were only 2 years left until the Golden Ranking Tournament. Years passed by, and the 9 Dynasties lands welcomed peace, while the Supreme Sect's Golden Ranking Tournament drew the attention of people from all over the world, becoming a once-in-century grand event. 2 years later, as the Golden Ranking Tournament approached, cultivators could be seen soaring across the sky over Mystic Valley every day. Unlike before, the Supreme Sect dispatched many disciples to patrol and protect all Outer Sect servant disciples, maintaining their image as the true Orthodox sect of the world. 72-year-old Gu and was in the loft, receiving Yilan. The first batch of disciples who went to train on 9 Nether Road had all returned and were all preparing to participate in the Golden Ranking Tournament to bring glory to the Supreme Sect. Having not seen each other for many years, Yilan's temperament had become even more outstanding, showing the demeanor of a genius female cultivator. She remembered Gu An's words and had been continually cultivating Taoist expansion skill, so her cultivation level hadn't increased. The two sat and chatted, with Yilan recounting the wonders of the 9 Nether Road, and Guan listened with keen interest. The 9 Nether Road, which was said to be a road, was actually more like a secret realm, with demons and ghosts running rampant, having its own unique ecosystem and producing many special heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Yilan said that she also encountered cultivators and members of the demon clan not from the 9 Dynasties lands within the 9 Nether Road. From her descriptions, Guan envisioned many scenes in his mind and found them very interesting. After chatting for a full hour, Guan finally asked, "Will you be participating in the Golden Ranking Tournament?" Yilan nodded and said, "Yes, the elders gave me a post. All the 100 disciples from the 9 Nether Road must participate. The first Golden Ranking Tournament must be grand and cannot bring shame to the Supreme Sect." Guan began to inherit the primordial reincarnation skill, and earth spirit energy surged into his body. A vast amount of memory flooded his mind. The primordial reincarnation skill contained the mysteries of the Taoist expansion skill and extended the profoundness of accumulating cultivation level to be passed on through lifetimes. After cultivating the primordial reincarnation skill, one's cultivation level would no longer increase. Instead, through accumulating spiritual power, one's aptitudes would transform. Unlike the Taoist expansion skill, it was no longer limited to one lifetime, but could be repeated, and each time the accumulated cultivation level was greater, the transformation in aptitude would be more substantial. Moreover, the primordial reincarnation skill would form a soul imprint. After a cultivator's death and rebirth, the memory of this skill would awaken in adulthood in each lifetime, continuing to accumulate until reaching immortality or the soul's demise, with a path of reincarnation ceased. The path of returning primordial spirit was an extremely domineering sealing divine skill that could suppress a being's cultivation level to a certain realm or even completely seal them, turning them into a mortal spirit without any cultivation. This seal could only be unlocked using the path of returning primordial spirit. Even if powerful beings, far surpassing Gu An's capabilities, try to help, it would cause the spiritual power to run amok, making the sealed one's cultivation run wild and causing immediate death. Upon understanding this divine skill, Guan was very fond of it. He just happened to be lacking such a means. As for the primordial reincarnation skill, he considered it mastered, and he was not inclined to invest more time into it. He did not seek thousands of worlds. He only pursued this lifetime, but this skill could be taught to those he cared about. Through the memories of the primordial reincarnation skill, Guan learned a harsh truth. The 9 layers of Immortal Path, each layer harder than the last. The first layer was Nirvana, a realm where mortal spirits transcended. Before reaching nirvana, lifespans could not exceed tens of thousands of years. Only after nirvana could one witness a fundamental transformation in life essence, drastically increasing lifespan. Guin suddenly realized that maximum lifespan might not just indicate aptitude, but could also represent the maximum time each being had in this world, serving as a measure of one's life. For example, a Hao had nearly 10,000 years to pursue the nirvana realm, while Yilan had less than 200 years. The latter, even with multiple opportunities, would be in vain. The Taoist expansion skill could help Yilan extend her time in the world, but its effect was limited. Even if Yilan mastered the primordial reincarnation skill, her maximum lifespan would only increase several times at most. Guin slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep. Heavenly destiny. Summer arrived, and the Supreme Sect's Golden Ranking Tournament commenced as scheduled. Participants in the Golden Ranking Tournament were all cultivators under 500 years old, and the Supreme Sect would test the bone age of the participants specifically. The post Liya had given to Guin for the Golden Ranking Tournament. He wasn't sure who to give it to and didn't want to waste it, so he chose to register himself. At 72 years of age, he successfully registered with the eligibility of youth. The Golden Ranking Tournament was conducted in a one-on-one format, with no fixed duration, continuing until completion. The Supreme Sect would heal the injured participants to keep them in optimal condition. Special formations would be set up by the Supreme Sect to suppress the higher cultivations to the level of their opponents, ensuring fairness in terms of realm. When the Golden Ranking Tournament began, Guin was watching from the eaves of the outer sect, sitting with Yilan. Between them was a small table, accompanied by spirit melons, spirit fruits, and fine wine. From their perspective, a gigantic light screen was suspended in the air above the outer sect, reflecting the scenes of the combats within. Guin didn't recognize the two cultivators fighting, but enjoyed the spectacle nonetheless. As Yilan peeled some fruit for Guin, she said, "Senior brother, the cultivation technique you passed to me is very difficult. Much harder than the previous one. I wonder when I'll be able to master it." Guin replied, "Cultivating is never easy. The Taoist expansion skill could at most double one's maximum lifespan, while the primordial reincarnation skill could increase it several times. If Yilan could master it, living to 800 years this lifetime wouldn't be impossible. For someone with Yilan's aptitude, this was already a great blessing." Yilan smiled and said, "I will definitely master it, don't worry." At this moment, a thunderous uproar rose in the city. It turned out that the first combat had already concluded. The victor is Duan Su from the Flame Sect of the Great Zhao Dynasty. Gu Zong's voice resounded from the giant light screen, causing the whole city to buzz with discussion. Yilan looked at the screen and smiled. "Impressive." Gu nodded and then picked up his cup to drink. "Brother Gu," a voice came from the side. Guin and Yilan turned to see Wu Ju standing on a distant rooftop, looking at them with a very unpleasant expression. 5 years had passed, and Wu Ju was still at the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, but his chi blood was vastly different from before. Ignoring him for 5 years, his maximum lifespan must have skyrocketed, right? Guin felt like he was about to open a mystery box. He cautiously used lifespan detection on him. Wu Ju, Foundation Establishment Realm, 9th layer, 74/350/7600, 7,600 years. Good grief. Now, he had truly become a dragon. Wu Ju suddenly appeared on the rooftop where Guin and Yilan were, 7 steps away. He frowned and asked, "Who is this woman? Are you not being faithful to Ms. Shun?" Upon hearing this, Yilan squinted her eyes at Guin and asked, "Who is Ms. Shun?" Guin felt a headache coming on and immediately said, "This is my junior sister, Yilan. Ms. Shun is nothing. How can she compare? I just have some dealings with Ms. Shun, nothing more." Yilan's expression softened upon hearing this. Wu Ju angrily said, "Forget about Ms. Shun. Why didn't you come to see me after you were done?" Yilan was taken aback. She thought Wu Ju had something to do with Miss Shun and had come to stand up for her. But why did his tone suddenly change? Guan shook his head and said, "Why are you shouting so loud? I didn't want to disturb your cultivation." "What? Do you want to hit me?" Wu Ju's face turned red with anger, and he muttered, "How could I hit you?" Yilan sensed that Wu Ju was not simple, and looking at his embarrassed demeanor, she became more curious about his relationship with Guan. Subsequently, Guan invited Wu Ju to sit down. Although reluctant, Wu Ju sat on the other side of Gu in junior sister. "This is my brother, named Wu Ju, who is also participating in the Golden Ranking Tournament," Guan introduced. Yilan nodded towards Wu Ju. Wu Ju scratched his head and said, "I could participate in the Golden Ranking Tournament thanks to Brother Gus Post." Yilan couldn't help but look at Guan, her eyes filled with suspicion. Senior brother's methods were quite impressive. He registered himself, but he could also get a post for someone else. Chapter 128. 3 Pure One's Mountain Divine Skills, so-called Fairness. Gu and Yilan and Wu Ju drank wine and ate fruit while enjoying the battles of the Golden List tournament. In the previous days, they didn't have any matches, so they watched the excitement. Yilan and Wu Ju became familiar with each other, and Wu Ju was no longer so awkward. It wasn't until the 5th day that it was Wu Ju's turn to participate in a match. As he left, Yilan asked curiously, "Senior brother, whose disciple is he? He seems quite extraordinary." She was well-traveled and knowledgeable enough to recognize Wu Ju's remarkable nature. After multiple bouts of path enlightenment, Wu Ju's temperament had already transformed. Even with ordinary looks and attire, he exuded an unforgettable aura. His master died, and he has been an orphan since childhood. I befriended him immediately, and am his only friend. I didn't visit him for 5 years on purpose, which is why he's so angry." Guan replied. After hearing this, Yilan felt a mix of pity and amusement for Wu Ju. She sighed, "Senior brother, you really are what?" "Nothing." Yilan's gaze turned to the huge light screen in the sky, and Guan followed her gaze. The two people fighting in the light screen were no ordinary individuals. One was a young Taoist in a green robe, and the other a man in battle armor wielding a long weapon. With one glance, Guan could tell that both fighters' realms were higher than those before. The Taoist in green robes must be at the Divinity Transformation realm, while the man in battle armor was at the Void Crossing realm. Both were under 500 years old, making them top-notch talents. Surpassing the core formation realm couldn't be achieved by merely throwing resources at it. What was expected to be an exceptional battle ended abruptly when the green-robed Taoist raised a hand, formed a seal, and released a character radiating green light. It was a Dao character 100 feet in both length and width, resembling a mountain, crashing into the armored man with incredible speed, causing him to cough blood and fly out, losing his combat ability directly. Even though the armored man was suppressed to the Divinity Transformation realm, losing so quickly still surprised Guan. From his perspective, the green-robed Taoist Dao seal already had the essence of divine skills. Defeating his opponent in one move drew raucous reactions from the entire city. The winner is Sage Xian Miao from Chuntang Dynasty's 3 Pure Ones Mountain. An elder's voice echoed from the light screen, ensuring everyone remembered the green-robed Taoist's name. Yilan sighed. 3 Pure Ones Mountain is truly formidable. I've witnessed it before on the 9 Nether Road. It's Chuntang Dynasty's primary sect, with few disciples, but each is powerful. It said they once produced an Immortal, though the truth is unknown. Guan silently noted the sect's name. Sage Xian Miao's Dao seal was indeed powerful, enough to showcase the deep-rooted foundation of 3 Pure Ones Mountain's Daoist tradition. An hour later, finally, it was Wu Ju's turn to make a move. The battles at the Foundation Establishment realm were not as exaggerated as those of Sage Xian Miao. So many were not very expectant. However, once Wu Ju threw a punch, the earth-shattering momentum immediately captured everyone's attention in the city. With each punch, it was like the sun bursting forth, the scorching fist wind making it hard for his opponent to counter. Each of Wu Ju's punches was full of power, extremely domineering. After 8 punches, his opponent was beaten to their knees, continuously coughing blood. The winner is Wu Ju from Supreme Sect of Taicang Dynasty. The city erupted in discussions, starting to talk about Wu Ju. Yilan was stunned. She knew Wu Ju was exceptional, but didn't expect him to be this formidable. Guan watched with a smile on his face, aware that Wu Ju's legendary journey was about to begin. That sunset fist was quite ordinary, but Wu Ju practiced it to a level of transformation, even exhibiting signs of advancement. Path enlightenment seemed to enhance his understanding of fist techniques. In the afternoon, within the Third Medicine Valley, Guan and LV Batian met in a pavilion. After months, LV Batian looked pleased and exuberant. He opened his right hand, revealing a pearl in his palm, and smiled. This is a supreme-grade magic artifact, the Thousand Shadow Pearl. In the next 2 days, refine it, and then use it at the end of the month meeting. Guan accepted the Thousand Shadow Pearl, and smiling bitterly asked, "Do you still want me to keep winning?" In recent days, some cultivators in the Golden List tournament had won using magic artifacts. According to the rules, each cultivator could only bring 1 magic artifact or formation to maintain fairness. Sword cultivators, blade cultivators, array repairers, and others had to use magic artifacts. Banning them would be unfair. Even with only 1 magic artifact allowed, instances of cultivators winning using magic artifact had already led to criticism in various cities. LV Batian laughed. "I've already planned your opponents and combat times. There's still time. I don't expect you to become world famous, but getting close to the top 500 would lay a solid foundation." With talents from 9 dynasties gathered, the top 500 were naturally extraordinary individuals. Guan had intended to just have fun, but he didn't expect LV Batian to play it this way. Sect leader, fairness, don't forget these 2 words. Guan reminded helplessly. LV Batian's methods were never righteous. But then he thought again. LV Batian had always been this way. Even his cultivation techniques were somewhat unorthodox. LV Batian nonchalantly said, "How is it unfair? Those descendants of noble families, which of them doesn't rely on their family resources? I'm giving you a magic artifact, and they have their elders' support. Arranging your opponents is just to give you better luck without harming the opponents. The final outcome still depends on strength." Guan fiddled with the Thousand Shadow Pearl, feeling a bit hesitant. "As long as you enter the top 500, it'll reward you with a 6th-order spirit tree," LV Batian said sternly. Hearing this, Guan immediately gripped the Thousand Shadow Pearl and said, "Well, since that's the case, I can only do my best." LV Batian stood up, smiling. "All right, refine the restrictions soon. The toughest ones have already been refined by me. The remaining ones won't trouble you." After that, he left the pavilion. Guan didn't see him off, but instead stared at the Thousand Shadow Pearl in his hand, deep in thought. The Golden List tournament continued for several months, and Guan had to take care of Medicine Valley, so he didn't go to watch every day. Yilan and Wu Ju also needed to prepare for battles. Until the end of the month, Guan finally faced his opponent. The token exchange for the Golden List token was a magic artifact used specifically to convey messages. That morning, the Golden List token emitted a sound, instructing him to wait nearby. Each outer gate city had the transmission array for the Golden List tournament, making it easy to find. After teleporting to the venue, Guan patiently waited. This was a vast valley, divided into 2 halves, one for the waiting area and the other for the combat area. The combat area spanned several miles, surrounded by formations, isolated from the outside world. "Guan, you're participating too? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up?" A light-hearted voice sounded. Guan didn't need to turn around to know that Shunjun was walking toward him. Just trying," Guan said calmly. Recently, the storyline of Supreme's secret records had annoyed him. The Guan in the book bullied weak girls. Although it was a misunderstanding, his actions were a bit domineering, which made him less fond of Xinjun. Xinjun seemed to understand this and didn't mind his attitude, instead laughing. If you encounter me, I won't hold back. But if you speak nicely to me, I might just let you win. A man of integrity, how can I allow you to insult me? Guan glanced at her, sneering. Xinjun chuckled, laughing out loud. She bumped Guan with her shoulder and said, "Don't be mad. The book will end soon. I'm getting tired of it. After the Golden List tournament, I'm going into seclusion for cultivation. You might not see me for decades." Hearing this, Gu An's expression softened and he asked, "Did you gain some insight from the painting?" "Yes, I might attain enlightenment," Xinjun said proudly, smiling. Such bragging. Guan started chatting with Xinjun as they waited for his match. Suddenly, a woman teleported in, her aura catching Gu An's attention. Ghost Mother of Ephemera. Why was she here again? Does she think there are no people in Supreme Sect, coming and leaving as she pleases? Guan thought to himself, though he didn't look at the Ghost Mother of Ephemera. Although the Ghost Mother wanted to make him the sect hierarch, he still felt strongly against her. There was no helping it. She had even brought a void-crossing realm 5th layer evil creature before him. If he hadn't had lifespan detection, he wouldn't have noticed the evil emperor was not dead. Too dangerous. The Ghost Mother had transformed into another woman, seemingly using possession techniques. She also didn't pay attention to Gu and possibly not even remembering him. Half an hour later, Xinjun won her match and was teleported out of the valley. Guan waited another hour for his turn. His opponent was weak, merely a core formation realm cultivator. Suppressed to the foundation establishment realm, Guan acted through several moves before using the 1,000 Shadow Pearl to defeat him. To the spectators, the fight was quite dull, with only a few remembering Guan. Just like that, summer passed and autumn arrived. Guan had 3 combat matches, winning narrowly each time. By now, there were still 1,000 participants remaining. Supreme Sect didn't mind the time at all. During this period, Spirit Stone profits in each city doubled, making a massive profit. After 3 months of combat, a batch of geniuses had already emerged, the most illustrious being Hao, unparalleled. He hadn't even used the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword, but used spells learned from Supreme Sect to overpower all opponents. Following were LV Xian, Sage Xian Miao, and other talents from various dynasties. Every dynasty among the 9 had someone renowned in the Golden List tournament. Ji Xiaoyu hadn't participated, but other Ji family disciples performed strongly. The Golden List tournament had spread across the 9 dynasties, capturing the attention of cultivators worldwide, significantly boosting Supreme Sect's reputation among the other 8 dynasties. Within the Taicang dynasty, the sect from other 8 dynasties also became famous, probably one of the reasons for their response. For Gu In, the Golden List tournament was just a diversion, not caring much about the outcome. Initially finding it entertaining, his interest waned over time, leading him to focus on cultivation. On this day, a rumor spread before the Golden List tournament. And Hao versus Leah. Leah had also showcased his strength, proving himself considered to have top 100 potential. Facing in Hao, who was assumed to claim the top spot, naturally drew much attention. Gu in the 3rd Medicine Valley heard disciples flying overhead on their swords, shouting announcements, and became interested, heading to the Outer Gate City to watch. He noticed disciples flocking to the Outer Gate City from all directions, making him sigh. LV Baitian finally mastered the art of marketing. Guan too was expectant. Who was stronger, Leah or Hao? Both seemed to have lives like Heavenly Destiny protagonists, though with different trajectories. Chapter 129. How do you also know the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword? At the combat arena, Leah, dressed in black, slowly took the North Sea heavy sword off his back. His expression was stern, his gaze fixated on the figure 100 feet away, eyes full of battle intent. His opponent was none other than Hao. Hao stood tall, dressed in splendid blue robes, a gold thread purple belt, his long hair coiled beneath a silver crown inlaid with a golden phoenix. He was adjusting his wrist guard, which was crafted finely. A breeze stirred the black locks at the sides of his cheeks. His smile was radiant. He raised his chin slightly, looked down on Leah, and said with a chuckle, "Previously, you relied on the weight of that sword to defeat your enemies. This time, your opponent is me, so don't think you can hide your strength." Leah asked, "And how old are you this year?" And Hao answered, 40. Why? 40 years old, at the 9th layer of core formation. Leah fell silent, just hearing that invoked jealousy. He took a deep breath, raised the North Sea heavy sword, and said, "Then let me see the prowess of the Supreme Sect's #1 genius." As his words fell, he stepped forward, and in 3 steps, he was slashing in Hao, the heavy North Sea heavy sword raising a gust of wind. And Hao used his right hand, 2 fingers forming a sword chi emanating from his fingertips, countering Li Ya's sword moves. Sword lights flickered, sword chi soared, their figures intertwined, engaging in a fierce and swift battle, drawing waves of cheers from the outer gate city. Guan stood on the eaves looking up at the fight. Wu Ju suddenly appeared beside him, also gazing up at the light screen. He marveled, "These two are incredible. Of course, they are the renowned geniuses of the Supreme Sect." Guan replied. Both Hao and Leo were in the core formation realm, but the battle they demonstrated was far more exciting than other core formation geniuses' battles. Li Ya's force was huge and powerful, like he could split mountains and rivers. And Hao was light and graceful, facing Li Ya's sword moves with great ease. Their movements were extremely fast. Most of the disciples in the outer gate city couldn't keep up. They kept maneuvering. Only the sword light could mark their positions. Clang! And Hao flipped and swung his arm, the sword chi on his fingers pressing down on Li Ya's legs, the North Sea heavy sword shaking above his head, showing Hao's immense chi. Leah didn't expect Hao to match his strength, even though he had consumed the dragon image divine primordial, increasing his pressure. Boom! A terrifying sword intent burst out, sending Hao flying. He flipped in the air and landed steadily 100 feet away. And Hao looked at Leah in astonishment, then followed with a wild smile. The battle light screen transmitted part of the battle pressure, allowing the spectators to know the fight was real. Once Li Ya's intent was released, the entire Supreme Sect was thrilled. This is the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Leah has received the inheritance of Sword Venerable Fu Dao. I've stayed at the Heavenly Repair platform for days. This is definitely the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Leah is so powerful. I didn't expect the strongest among the royal disciples to be him. He's much stronger than his sister Li Xuanyu. The city Guan was also erupted in a thunderous uproar. Countless people were amazed by the Taicang Divine shocking sword unleashed by Leah. Wu Ju felt the sword intent and sighed. So powerful. I feel like it won't be easy to win against him. Guan glanced at him. Just not easy. Entwined in the sword intent, Leah straightened, raising his sword to point at Hao, his black hair fluttering and black robes rustling. His entire demeanor changed dramatically. His expression became more severe. The battle only truly begins now, Leah said coldly. He didn't expect to be forced to use the Taicang Divine shocking sword so early, blaming his own bad luck for encountering Hao prematurely. When he unleashed the Taicang Divine shocking sword, he felt the battle was over. Although Hao had yet to unleash powerful spells, no spell could match the Taicang Divine shocking sword. Hao's comprehension of sword intent was kept secret. Leah, who was often away, had no clue about Hao's combat techniques. However, seeing Hao smiling, Leah felt puzzled. This guy's gone mad? Hao patted his robe, his smile growing. Boom! An overwhelming sword intent surpassed Li Ya's, shaking the entire valley. Violent sword chi condensed into a giant face above Hao, looking down at Leah. Before this giant sword chi face, Leah looked insignificant, his sword chi trivial. Impossible. How do you also know the Taicang Divine shocking sword? Li shouted in disbelief. In the outer gates city, countless people gasped, even at how had received the inheritance of Sword Venerable Fu Dao. The ghost mother of ephemera on the heavenly repair platform looked at the light screen in the sky, her brows furrowed, her eyes also showing shock. The Taicang Divine shocking sword, which had disappeared for thousands of years, reappeared in the mortal world, and 3 inheritors emerged at once. The ghost mother of ephemera, well aware of the Taicang Divine shocking sword's origins, was also taken aback, her respect for Sword Venerable Fu Dao growing. She could tell these two, wielding the Taicang Divine shocking sword, were certainly related to Sword Venerable Fu Dao. In the light screen, and Hao soared into the air, looking down on Liya, said with a smile, "Since we are from the same lineage, let's see whose sword intent is stronger." He raised his right hand, palm, facing Liya, his smile fading. When Liya used the Taicang Divine shocking sword, and Hao felt a sense of kinship, recognizing Liya as a fellow disciple. But even among brothers, he would not hold back, and Hao was born to be the strongest. All opponents must submit at his feet. And Hao's eyes focused, the giant sword Qi face's eyes widened. Countless sword shadows shot out like a river of stars, unstoppable. Liya gripped his sword with both hands, slashing down with his strongest sword move. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted, and shouted in his heart, "I cannot lose." The two sword intents collided, sword light enveloping the whole city. Wu Ju's face was lit up by the sword light. He was stunned. "And Hao is so strong, and not a match," Wu Ju murmured. If his opponent was Liya, he might have some confidence, but in Hao's strength left him feeling hopeless. Guan watched the battle with a blank expression. The progress of Hao and Liya pleased him, but knowing Liya would soon be seriously injured dampened his mood. He even suspected LV Batian purposely orchestrated this, as LV Batian always disliked Li Xiandao, so he arranged for how to target Li Zuando's favorite son. Regardless, Li Ya's journey ended here, not even breaking the top 500. After a few breaths, the sword's power dissipated. The ground shattered. Liya lay there covered in blood, his black robes torn apart, no strength left to stand up. The winner is Hao from the Taicang dynasty's supreme sect. As the elder announced the result, the entire city burst with excitement, praising Hao's might. Previously, Hao had never displayed such powerful sword techniques, but always defeated his enemies with ease. This time, everyone witnessed Hao's sword chi and spiritual power, looking nothing like a core formation cultivator, more like a nascent soul cultivator. Guan looked at Wu Ju and said, "If you face Hao, do not confront him head-on. In the same realm, anyone facing Hao would be eliminated. Even multiple path enlightenments couldn't help Wu Ju against him. Among all the participants, likely only Guan could defeat Hao, but he had no intention to, and LV Batian wouldn't allow it to happen." "You too," Wu Ju muttered. Guan smiled. This kid was interesting. The news of Hao receiving the inheritance of Sword Venerable Fu Dao spread like a whirlwind, sweeping across the immortal cultivation world. As for the defeated Liya, many thought he only comprehended the sword intent at the heavenly repair platform, and was not the true inheritor of Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Though both wielded the Taicang Divine shocking sword, his sword intent paled compared to Hao's. Hao's famed sword, while Liya was quickly forgotten. After his defeat, Liya did not seek out Guan, likely recuperating and brooding in his cave. 10 days later, in Tinya Valley, Guan met Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao waved at him from afar, and he immediately sat down beside him. LV Xian, Iluyan, and Luo Han were also seated at the table. As Guan approached, Luo Han thoughtfully gave up his seat. "How is Liya?" Li Xiandao asked with a smile, seemingly unconcerned about Li Ya's defeat. Guan noticed his cultivation level had increased to the 3rd layer of Void Crossing Realm. Honestly, Guan was quite interested to see Li Xiandao participate in the Golden List Conference. He believed Li Xiandao could make it to the top 10. Li Xiandao was not yet 300 years old, qualifying for the Golden List Conference. A void-crossing realm cultivator under 300 years was a rare talent worldwide. Not sure. You didn't come to find me, Guan replied. Li Xiandao sighed. Losing to Anhao is not shameful. Anhao's fame is spread to the other 8 dynasties. Everyone recognizes his talent. Setting aside strength, just by his advancement speed, Anhao was unmatched. Jiang Xiong had reached the core formation at 40, thinking her talent supreme, but at 40, Anhao could already form his nascent soul. The only reason he hadn't was because of the Golden List Conference. A first-layer nascent soul, Anhao facing a 9th-layer nascent soul top talent might win, but would be exhausted. But dragging the opponent down to the 9th layer of core formation realm eliminated any suspense. Guan nodded. Anhao is truly formidable. Senior brotherly just had bad luck. LV Xian snorted. No worries. He'll avenge Leah. He had participated in 3 fights. No one had lasted 10 moves against him. Li Xiandao looked at Guan and said, I've sent your disciple Yi Yin to cultivate at the 3 Pure Ones mountain of the Taicang dynasty. When he returns, he'll be transformed. Yi Yin? Guan thought of the disciple who held a spear all day, not expecting such an opportunity for him. Of course, he understood Li Xiandao was giving him a hint. Without his arrangement, Yi Yin would never have such a chance. Thank you, uncle, Guan said immediately. Li Xiandao then said, Do you think if I could enlist Sword Venerable Fu Dao, I could secure the throne? Guan replied, Without him, you can also secure it. Li Xiandao laughed. Iluyun and LV Xian didn't laugh. They agreed. Li Xiandao restrained his laugh and said, I found out who Sword Venerable Fu Dao is. Chapter 130 Breakthrough. Midnight Battle. Who is it? It was not Guan who asked, but LV Xian. Iluyun also looked at Li Xiandao with curiosity. Sword Venerable Fu Dao's reputation was too great, and some even considered him the #1 cultivator of the Taicang dynasty. Li Zuando's mouth curved up as he said, He has a close relationship with Leah. Upon hearing this, Guan's heart trembled. How'd he guess this far? LV Xian frowned tightly and asked, Leah, what kind of relationship? Li Xiandao shook his head and said, I cannot divulge the specifics, lest we offend the elder. Elder? Guan let out a sigh of relief. Then, Li Xiandao began to discuss other talents who gained fame at the Golden List Grand Assembly. He highly praised the Supreme Sect for hosting the assembly, thinking that LV Beitian had become enlightened and was no longer as foolish and domineering as before. They chatted for an ancient hour before Li Xiandao finally released Gu into work. This time he had brought high-rank saplings, which greatly interested Guan. The grade and rank of the medicinal herbs in Tianya Valley were continuously improving, indirectly proving that Li Zuando's power was growing. Though the herbs in Tianya Valley belonged to Li Xiandao, Guan could harvest an endless stream of lifespan from them, so he hoped for Li Zuando's continual success. Yes, and also wished LV Beitian well, so everyone could get along harmoniously. In Immortal cultivation, temporary victories and defeats did not matter. The real winner was the one who lived the longest. In late autumn, Guan narrowly made it into the top 500 of the Golden List Grand Assembly with the help of the 1,000 Shadow Pearl. For the upcoming matches, he was prepared to lose. Although he repeatedly achieved victories, Guan did not build a reputation due to the difficulty of his wins, the unattractiveness of the battles, and the anonymity of his opponents. At noon in Mystic Valley, Guan was instructing Yilan in the primordial reincarnation skill. Yilan had already been eliminated, but was not disheartened and was instead more determined. The two of them conversed for several ancient hours, during which Yilan's many questions about the primordial reincarnation skill were resolved. Senior brother, your achievement in this skill is really high. It seems you have been secretly practicing it diligently. No wonder your cultivation level hasn't increased, Yilan remarked with admiration. In her heart, she grew even more respectful of Sword Venerable Fu Dao, who was not only formidable in Sword Dao, but also mastered such a miraculous skill. She now believed for sure that Sword Venerable Fu Dao was Gu An's mentor, as Guan had taken the Qing Hong sword to find sword Venerable Fudao to save her. She had once suspected that Guan himself was sword Venerable Fudao, but the cultivation realm displayed by sword Venerable Fudao was too high, and Gu An's age did not match. Guan did not refute, as this explanation was perfect. He raised his right hand and conjured over a storage bag, handing it to Yilan. "Take this back and train well." Yilan did not check the contents and instead fastened the storage bag to her belt, then stood up. "By the way, senior brother, keep your distance from senior brother Liya for a while. The upper echelon is currently investigating all disciples of the Li family within the sect, with unclear intentions but undoubtedly no good purpose." Guan looked puzzled, but nodded as he rose to see his junior sister off. The investigation of the Li family disciples within the Supreme Sect did not concern Guan much, as this was not the first time such a thing had happened. Though the Supreme Sect was the leading righteous sect of the Taicang dynasty, internal strife was never-ending. As for whether it would harm Liya, Guan had no means to worry over that. He couldn't possibly keep an eye on Liya at all times. Everyone has their own life, and no matter how good or bad, as long as they get through it, it belongs to their own experiences. A few days later, Guan went to participate in the Golden List Grand Assembly. Against his opponent, he directly conceded, stunning his opponent. A month later, the top 100 emerged. Only Wu Ju had the cultivation level of the Foundation Establishment realm. All other cultivators' minimum level was the Core Formation realm. This news quickly spread, making Wu Ju famous. When LV Baitian delivered a 6th-rank spirit tree, Guan mentioned Wu Ju, hoping LV Baitian could find a good mentor for Wu Ju. This made LV Baitian look at Gu and with admiration. "Such a good prospect found by you in advance. And you still say you are unfit to be the sect leader?" LV Baitian said with a smile. Guan smiled and responded, "Just a stroke of fate. The Supreme Sect has many geniuses. This doesn't speak to my vision, but to the abundant foundations and great fortune of the Supreme Sect." LV Baitian was very satisfied with Gu An's rhetoric. Regardless of whether it was genuine, it was very suitable for a sect leader. Regarding Wu Ju, I can't promise anything. He has already become a disciple of Zhou. Understand that taking and Hao as a disciple was already a major move that met with opposition. I cannot take on any more genius disciples. The Supreme Sect is not a place for one person's dictation, LV Baitian explained meaningfully. Zhou, one of the Supreme Sect's venerable pavilion, had more power than the Hall of Elders. Becoming his disciple meant Wu Ju had a limitless future. Guan then thought of that true inheritor-disciple who was not in a mentor-disciple relationship with LV Baitian, effectively counterbalancing him. It seemed that in the Supreme Sect, even accepting disciples involved the consideration of interests. Of course, the main reason was that LV Baitian was not strong enough, at least not to the extent where he could suppress the 3 great families single-handedly. "I plan to take action against the Li family, but rest assured, I won't harm Liya," LV Baitian continued. Hearing this, Guan immediately raised his hand to salute him. LV Baitian waved his hand. After the Golden List Grand Assembly, the Supreme Sect will soar. However, potential crises remain, not to mention the Ephemera Sect main lineage on the other end of the Nine Nether Road. There are also those within the 9 dynasties looking to scheme against the Supreme Sect. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I will visit your Medicine Valley less often. Do not indulge any further. Practice diligently, understand? He felt somewhat helpless as he spoke these last words. He had already passed on the Defying Fate divine skill to Guan, but saw no significant results. Guan nodded and said, "I will manage Medicine Valley well and not disappoint the Supreme Sect." Hearing this, LV Baitian gave him a final glare before rising to leave. Guan hurried to see him off. Heavy snow had already blanketed the 3rd Medicine Valley, and the flying snow threatened to engulf everything. LV Baitian's figure soon vanished into the vast snow. Time flew by. Another Chinese New Year arrived, and the Golden List Grand Assembly concluded the day before Chinese New Year. In the evening, Guan went to Mystic Valley to spend the festival with the disciples. Zhenqin had just returned from the outer sect and was discussing the Golden List Grand Assembly rankings with the disciples. After the assembly, the Supreme Sect would publish a book recording the life stories of the top 100, symbolizing authority in a way. Winning first place was in Hao, without any suspense. The second place was not LV Xian, but Sage Xian Miao from 3 Pure Ones Mountain. The duel between Sage Xian Miao and Hao had become legendary, and the name of 3 Pure Ones Mountain reverberated throughout the Taicang dynasty. LV Xian ranked third and was likely depressed. The rest were mostly aristocratic geniuses, with the Zhou, Gu, and Ji families occupying 30% of the top 100. The dominance of the 3 great families was evident. Wu Ju, with his foundation establishment realm, made into the top 20, but was severely defeated by Hao when they met, although he had proven himself and became a bona fide genius. Sitting down, Guan listened to the disciples excitedly discuss the Golden List Grand Assembly, showing an interested look. The disciples also flattered him, feeling honored that he made it into the top 500. "Master, I have to go out on a mission tomorrow. It might take 2 or 3 years before I return." Zhenqin, sitting beside Guan, spoke while Guan's thoughts drifted away. The high-rank medicinal herbs in the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion should be ripening. 7 days after the Chinese New Year, Guan went to the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion that night. After harvesting the ripened medicinal herbs and gaining nearly 20,000 years of lifespan, he began sowing seeds again. After years of management, the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion was filled with medicinal herbs, all of at least 4th rank. They were now continuously providing him with lifespan. With the current medicine valleys alone, Guan saw the gate to a lifespan of millions of years approaching. He had already started pondering about breakthroughs. Reaching the Mahayana realm almost drained the spiritual energy of the North Sea Mountain. So the next breakthrough must be in a place with more spiritual energy. For the next breakthrough, Guan needed at least 5 million years worth of lifespan. He was eager to see what realm he could reach. After sowing, Guan sat at the stone table, poured himself some tea, and enjoyed his leisure time while spreading his divine sense to observe the North Sea Mountain's activities. The North Sea Mountain was an excellent training ground for cultivators. With the initiation of the Golden List Grand Assembly, the passage of various sects cultivators through the area had intensified the conflicts there. Guan suddenly noticed a battle, with one participant catching his attention. Sage Xian Miao from 3 Pure Ones Mountain. This genius who outperformed LV Xian left a deep impression on Guan. At this moment, several dozen cultivators were besieging Sage Xian Miao. Under the night sky, the wind raged, and various spells fell endlessly, ravaging the land and forests. Sage Xian Miao held a sword in his right hand and a horsetail whisk in his left. Behind him, a Dharma aspect with 3 heads and 6 arms materialized. Despite being surrounded by several divinity transformation realm cultivators, he remained unfazed. This 3-headed, 6-armed Dharma aspect contained spiritual power far exceeding that of Sage Xian Miao, and its 6 arms could cast different spells. An impressive divine skill. Guan sipped his tea while appreciating the battle. Those dozens of cultivators were no match for Sage Xian Miao, but a void-crossing realm great cultivator was lurking in the shadows, making Sage Xian Miao's situation dire. Guan had no intention of intervening, as he had no interest in others' grudges and feuds. Even if Sage Xian Miao died there, it would only show that his chief fortune was insufficient. Guan saved only those connected to him. 30 minutes later, the hidden void-crossing realm great cultivator made a move, launching a sneak attack that shattered Sage Xian Miao's Dharma aspect, causing him to vomit blood and be flung into the forest. Seeing this, the injured divinity transformation realm cultivators heaved sighs of relief and then praised the void-crossing realm great cultivator. Just as Guan thought sage Xian Miao was doomed, he sensed something and raised an eyebrow. In the forest where sage Xian Miao had fallen, a strong wind arose, uprooting trees and sending them into the night sky. Sage Xian Miao sat in the ruins, surrounded by azure runes. These runes emitted beams of azure light, which gathered above him to form a grand door. The door slowly opened, releasing a desolate aura that caused the void-crossing realm great cultivator's face to change drastically as he turned to flee. "Where are you running?" An ancient voice echoed across the heavens and earth. "You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.